Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, June the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Yes and yes. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So, obviously, the big news so far this morning is Target. So, Target came out, said they were doing some kind of a change in inventory, which is going to cost them more. Consequently, they're cutting their guidance, and which is sending probably most of the retailers down, certainly Walmart, Costco, but Target's leading this surge down 7%. Actually, let me take a look at Walmart, what the percentage is. So Walmart's it's 2%. What's Costco doing right now? Yeah, Costco 3%. So anyway, Target definitely leading the charge on the way down with their poor guidance again for the upcoming quarter. So have to keep an eye on this one. Look at this breakdown on the daily chart. I mean, look at all this area right here. Of course, we had the big breakdown on earnings back on the what was that, the 18th of May, and now we're breaking down through all of this again. Bitcoin in disarray again. Every day it's either up or down. Anyway, today it's down, BITO. I think it's under 30,000 again. So here's the major ETF, I guess, for Bitcoin, BITO. A couple of the Bitcoin stocks that we always follow, the Mara and the Riot. I'm sure they're down also. So Riot and Mara, both down. If you want to play Bitcoin though, just as an ETF, you can try BITO. BCAN. So BCAN started trading as BCAN a few days ago. And so this is up. Now, when it started trading, it was up at 12. So this has got hit hard. Don't see any specific news on it. It's a cannabis play. Don't see any specific news on it today. Helbiz, Halbz. So the reason this is up, their CEO bought approximately 2 million shares at approximately $1. So he has sunk a couple of $1 million of his own money into this. So this is HLBZ, lots of volume already, fairly low, well, not fairly, low float, 9.6 million in the float. One of yesterday's big catastrophes was, shoot, I don't have it written down now, BZFD. BZFD trying to crawl back. This was one of the ones in my 10-day daily breakdown, which really performed yesterday. We saw a lot of candles that looked like this. So it's trying to come back a little bit. There's the high of yesterday's 361. So got a ways to go to take out that high, but it is trying to come back. No specific news. I guess yesterday's, now that I'm looking at it, I guess yesterday's drop, 41% in wake of investor lockup expiration. Aha. After a ban preventing executives and major institutional investors from selling their shares, was lifted. So that's, I guess that was the big reason. I didn't realize that. That's, anyway, it's trying to recover a little bit, BZFD. Fling, FLNG, another one. I think it's trying to, actually it's gapping down. It's gapping up a bit. Had a big day yesterday. And now it is giving a lot of that up. Very low volume right now, 29,000 shares. And of course, a firm which has been beaten up over the last few months, actually, not just the last few weeks, but did Apple's announcement yesterday with their buy now, pay later program. Certainly not helping a firm, AFRM, but this has been beaten up for a while now, like a lot of tech stocks, of course, but yeah, but in how many months? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in 8 months, it's gone from 171 down to 22. I mentioned KSS here. They're looking again to try to sell themselves. Looks like it's some kind of an $8 billion deal. The company's board of directors, so it has announced has entered into exclusive negotiations with Franchise Group to acquire the company for $60 a share. So that's quite the premium right now. So before you go rushing in to buying it, because if they say $60 a share and it's sitting at 45, just wait. Remember Twitter, okay? Because they say all that doesn't mean it's going to happen. GTLB is a earnings play. Is gapped up on earnings. GTLB release earnings after hour. So it's held its gap actually. So that mauve area here, that's our after hours action. So there's the gap up and it's held the gap so far. Another earnings play, ASO, Academy Sports, ASO. Nice little break here. But you know, I look at all this, probably a lot of resist, could be a lot of resistance not that far away. But at any rate, it is an earnings play. They released this morning. So you can see the reaction right now. And our murder for hire stock, ENOB, is continues its descent. Hard to believe it's not an all-time low yet. Again, if you're unfamiliar with this story, it was the CEO, anyway, high-ranking, I think it was the CEO, charged with a murder for hire scheme. This was a while back. I think that news hit right here on this day. I know Zach mentioned, brought it to our attention quite a while ago. I think it was this day that we were alerted to that, or maybe it was up here. I can't remember anymore. But anyway, and Jan, JAN, was popping up on a U.S. patent granted. I guess a U.S. patent granted. This was a big meme stock back in the day. You can see back here, January of 2021, when all those meme stocks went crazy. This was one of them. Never held its gains though, not like GME. Not the GME held its $400 gains, but certainly over its 32 start. Anyway, there is JAN. Very low float, 2.3 million in the float. So this is the news again. Surges on U.S. patent for potential peripheral artery disease treatment. And Play, Dave & Buster's, PLAY. Other earnings play, not a bad little gap actually for it. Play, not a bad gap. Taking all this out so far, it's up 8%. Released earnings pre-market right here. There's a reaction. And speaking of the overall market, we're in for a negative open. Just notice this one also, Aiki, or Al-Qaeda. So this is a reverse split effective today, a 1-for-17 reverse split. So if these guys are smart, what they do is they come up with some kind of a press release relatively soon. So a 1-for-17 reverse split. So what that means is that float now is actually about 5.2 million instead of 89. Okay, that has not been adjusted yet. By the way, guys, some nice changes to the to our single stock window that I requested. The only other thing they haven't done that I would like them to do is put a minimum volume, because this is not customizable, all right? But what I asked them to do was they get rid of the company name, was taking up way too much space, and also to add the change from the open column so we can sort on that once the market opens. The only other thing I want them to do is to maybe up that minimum volume, maybe to 100K, especially once the market opens. So this isn't a development bill. I'm not sure. You guys probably don't see that. All right, so MRTX is also on the move a little bit here. MRTX is also on the move. Of course, they've got, no, this wasn't not an earnings play. I can't remember exactly what happened here, thumping it from 59 down to 41. You can't remember, but it is trying to, if it, I mean, there's 2 days ago, the high is 48.44. So what is it at now? 47.49. So if it can take out that high, it has obviously a huge gap to potentially fill. Also seeing some analysts getting involved. Stifel is raising their price target from 105 to 111. So aggressive there. Is it in Bank of America? Coverage for them, target is 72. So some of these analysts and it is maintained a buy at Goldman Sachs. So there is some, I mean, some of these analysts are trying to get on board with these guys, MRTX. JMP Securities, a $72 price target. So a lot of these analysts are starting to get, trying to pump this thing up, MRTX. That, Roger, I don't know. Now, Stephanie at Trade Ideas, who is German, just I'm going to type that in, or just going to paste that in, see what she says. Just take a moment here. Okay, I just pasted that into Stephanie again, who is works at Trade Ideas, and she is German. So see what she says. She's the one who created our user guide, so I'm sure she's aware of it, or if she's not, she'll certainly let you know or let me know. All right, guys, it is now 9:14. Ooh, a little bit late here, so I want to go check briefing.com to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if we see all those upgrades for MRTX. All right, guys, just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. The downgrades in now. Too many downgrades. Oxy downgraded. Interesting. All right, there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Morning, Anthony, in our YouTube room. So Zach, I guess you haven't contacted Michael, right? He's just asking me if you've actually contacted him. You haven't contacted him. That's okay. I mean, you don't want to. That's fine. I'm bowing out. And this is, of course, regarding the MFI. MFI. AMRK. AMRK. Let's take a look at AMRK. Yeah, nothing. It wouldn't be showing up for me because of the volume. Oh, you did send him an email? Hmm. Sure it was the right address. So there, that was the, make sure I've got that correct. He says he sent it. Make sure I got that, got to make sure that email is correct. Yeah, maybe try again. That is the correct email. I'm just confirming with him. Like he's eager to help guys. Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to bug you guys, but he's there. He's a great resource. He's eager to help. Create great strategies for you guys, so take advantage of it. And again, I'm not picking on you, Zach, specifically. It's just he is eager to help. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then docked channel bar. My guess is we're going to see retail in somewhat disarray this morning because of Target. So sector status and retail is down here, I believe. Here we go. Yeah, so look at retail. So first of all, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm showing you, these are the major sectors, the major ETFs for the major sectors. So for instance, here is XLE. These are the stocks that make, this is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So what do these, excuse me, what do these percentages refer to? 85% in red, that means that 85% of them, of these stocks, are down from yesterday's close. That's what that refers to. So as expected, 83% of the retail stocks are down from yesterday's close, of course, being hit hard with the target. And when you look, there's no strong sector. Right now, there is no strong sector. I mean, the only one, well, it's not strong, but healthcare, 44% of them are up from yesterday's close, but I mean, you can't call that strong. So there is no strong sector to begin. Now, of course, when we look at this maybe half an hour from now, and we do as opposed to change from the close, the change from the open, we could have a very different picture. But right now, and of course, with the market, take a look at the SPY as it continues to work its way down. That is what you would expect. Okay, Roger, for you who asked the question, I just have an answer, a response from Stephanie, okay? And she certainly knows what she's talking about. So this is her response, Roger. This is I'm talking to somebody in the tech support tab in the main room. Yeah, I wouldn't do it now. You probably can wait till the market closes, or I mean, obviously you can do it now. By the way, guys, for those of you, including myself, who are having IB linking problems with trade ideas, I don't know if I have a solution. It was passed on to development yesterday. I had the same issue this morning, and but like somebody said, they shut down trade ideas and then they launch it again, and that seemed to my linking seemed to happen almost immediately after that. So is it ideal? Not necessarily, but if that's the fix, okay, for a while anyway. So in other words, I had trade ideas, I had IB up, could not get the link working, closed down trade ideas, reloaded it, and then the linking worked. Now, in theory, I suppose before, see, I used to always load trade ideas first and then IB. I think in theory, you were supposed to load IB first and then trade ideas. And that might be it, though I tried that yesterday and that didn't seem to work. It still took numerous attempts to get the linking working. But maybe just, once you have IB up and running, just close down trade ideas, load it again. And then that worked for me this morning anyway. So yeah, I never used to have. I used to always do it the other way, Pepe. And by the way, guess what? My little chime sound is back with with Microsoft, and I didn't do anything. Well, this MRTX guys, I mean, obviously with all those analyst upgrades, I mean, with very lofty price targets, very no volume yet. It's you know what? And it's relatively low float for a $47 stock, 51 million in the float. Certainly not a high float. Be very interesting if it takes out that high of 2 days ago. And maybe starts to try to fill in this void. Yeah, look at this. Did it happen? It just happened. Look at that. It just happened. Just took out that high of so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So Michael, try this. I mean, get IB up and running, okay? And then close down trade ideas and then reload it and see if that helps. If that doesn't, and then if it doesn't work, you're gonna have to perhaps just keep clicking on a symbol, various symbols until it starts to work. No, nothing else I can help, or there's no other way I can help you. NVAX is halted for news. Yes, NVAX is halted for news ahead of an FDA meeting on COVID COVID-19 shot. Okay, so it is halted right now. Well, you don't. There's tech won't help you, Michael. Tech can't help you. Just try what I did. Okay, because there's nothing really they can tell you. Again, have IB up and running, close down trade ideas, and then reload it and see if that works. Okay. Now, if you want to go, fine, do tech. But I mean, I think that's what worked for me this morning. Boy, AFRM continues its descent here, guys. AFRM making new lows in the pre-market. AFRM. I profess, I was kind of ignorant about what they did. This buy now, pay later. I still don't. I mean, I heard some guy talking about not this particular a company, but just in general, this buy now, pay later. And I still was a little confused about how they make money. Not AFRM, but just in general. Now, I only caught snippets of it. I remember the interviewer said, "Well, how the heck did they make money?" Anyway, yeah, look at that MRTX. That is really moving now on all these upgrades and price targets. This is really moving now. I mean, it is now definitely is above that high of a couple of days ago, 48.44. It doesn't mean you pile into the trade, guys, okay? This is super early, but obviously all these lofty price targets are helping. Yeah, I heard that, Frank. I mean, but it was very confusing to me. I was, again, I only sort of caught the tail end of the discussion. I didn't realize it was such a big thing, and I know that they were talking about Visa and Mastercard really upset about all that, and maybe if some retailer was allowing that to happen, then they were going to maybe up their fees, et cetera, or maybe join in. I don't know. It would seem to be very kind of crazy to me. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. If you're new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first 30 minutes. But we'll see what happens on this open. I was listening to this one. BOXD is taking a header here. This is actually a lifetime low for BOXD. Didn't really see this one. BOXD. Well, look, I mean, the volume's going to pick up, but this will probably, the volume is going to pick up. It's more than likely is going to show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's a lifetime low right now, BOXD. All right, guys, don't look now, but monkeypox, SIGA, whoops, SIGA is on the move a little bit here, SIGA. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts just to see if there's any action. And by the way, you were absolutely bang on yesterday, Zach, with all these SPACs that just got hammered yesterday. This SOUN continues down. It's another SPAC that got hammered yesterday. That made it into the 10-day daily breakdown. And so did the BuzzFeed BZFD. So after that little pop pre-market, starting to give it up, BZFD. Wow, look at, well, I did not take this one, but you know, this is a time where it does pay to read the news and see what's up. I mean, look at MRTX after all. Now, this may not hold, but MRTX with all those upgrades, price targets, ranging from about $78 to $111 for MRTX. Look at the gap fill now. Next high looking left is 57.40. Again, I did not take that, but it was too early for me. All right, how's Dave and Buster's doing? Now, not good. So right now, I mean, obviously with the market doing what it's doing, did a decent gap down. Dow's down 240, Nas is down 165, SPY's down 38. So it is trying to come back though a little bit, but the my bias, of course, is to short these pops, depending on what the market does. This is another one that just got absolutely hammered yesterday. U1, look at U1. I mean, it got hammered yesterday. At one point this was $12. Basically got cut in half, still moving down. And this is U1. Yeah, Target is, I know you guys are maybe looking for a 145 break, but Target's pretty stubborn right now, not wanting to give you that. Takes out 150, that could attract some attention. All right, wow, Jan just made a new high, guys. Jan just made a new high. Now coming into the 200-day moving average. This one is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Coming into that 200-day moving average, 429. The next high looking left, if we possibly get through that, would be, wow, all the way up to about 5. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but why can this happen? Look at that float, 2.3 million in the float. That supply of stock is very low. High demand because of the news, and that's what causes a pop like 55% and potentially more. Ah, you know what? Box D just became unshortable for me. Shoot. I think there were shorts available just a bit ago, but they've been snapped up, and so box D has been, and it's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And it's the only time I usually take. I will take a trade in the first 15 minutes if it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and it's also an all-time low. I will take a look at that, but I just looked here and no shorts available. So much for that. Now, for instance, the Carvana showed up, but too early. It's not an all-time low. Again, in the first 15 minutes, stocks can be very, very whippy. Plus, look at this. It's a nice green candle. Opening 15 minutes so far. Nice green candle. SPY is making a nice comeback so far. Look at SIGA, SIGA. Is there any more specific monkeypox news today? I don't see any. But TNXP is on the move too. So the two big monkeypox plays, TNXP, and SIGA are on the move. Wow, Jan is just exploding now through 4. Well, let's see what it does at that 200-day, 429. Wow, look at the volume. 23 million have traded so far, 2.3 in the float. So you can do some quick math. That's about 10 times the float. All right, target at 150 right now. Just TGT at 150 right now. Well, it was just dropped a little bit below 150 again. Yeah, Veru, I know Zach just mentioned Veru. 1443 was the high yesterday. The high before that was 1492. A little bit of work to get through that, I guess. Take a look at what's happening with China today. K-Web, a little bit of a pop here. There was a mixed bag yesterday. There's a big pop. Most of the China stocks pre-market on the DIDI news. And so most of the stocks popped, but then they gave it up. Yeah, that certainly didn't help this one. Why would they add this one to the Russell 2000? I think I saw this one. I saw this yesterday. They were added to the global small cap MSCI USA index also. Target looks like it wants to leave 150 behind for a while anyway. PGT, great, a lot of volume coming in. Big float, of course. Still down 5%. How's Walmart doing? Walmart recovering somewhat. WMT, a little bit. Looks like a lot like Target in terms of the trading pattern. Was not down as much, of course, as Target. Target had very specific news to it. Walmart and Costco and other retailers fell in sympathy, but not nowhere near as much. Chico's is an earnings play. Chico's, CHS is an earnings play. Didn't really pay that much attention to it. Look how choppy it is and was in the pre-market. I don't think this is going to be too exciting, really. Good morning in our YouTube room. Well, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to go out Gin EPR, Juniper. Good morning. Look at these monkeypox guys. I mean, TNXP and SIGA on the move here. SIGA and TNXP on the move here. I'm just looking to see if there's any specific news about how many new cases, etc. I don't see anything. Yeah, DWAC. I haven't looked at DWAC for a long time. DWAC, DWAC. Yeah, it's a pop. Definitely a pop. No volume yet. It's really got to get out of here. I mean, if this wants to go, it's got to get it all this right here. So Perfect Circle in our YouTube room is saying that the CDC raises monkeypox alert to level 2, recommends masks during travel. Oh, great. Okay. What next? NVAX is still halted, guys. NVAX is still halted. NVAX still halted. Well, the high of SIGA yesterday was 1153, getting closer. If it can take that out, then the next high looking left is 1375. Meanwhile, the market, that first 15-minute candle is pretty awesome. Nice big recovery here so far. Big green candle to open the day. Give me one more. All right, first 15 in the book. Let's take a look at my watch list. FTCI, so FTCI above yesterday's high. Of course, the solars were very, very hot yesterday. Well, I shouldn't say most of the day. I think a lot of them faded, but they were very hot pre-market, all to do with tariffs, etc. But then a lot of them just faded. FTCI really didn't. But you can see, look, here's the ETF for the solars. So you can see that red candle. That means it closed below the open. But FTCI kind of hung in there. FTCI. Yeah, you can ask questions. Yes, if I can help, I will answer. If I can't, I'll send you somewhere else. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, we have our first gap down and a reverse. CVNA coming in my gap down and reverse. CVNA. So there's the gap down, trying to reverse. By the way, guys, our promo code is still alive. I thought maybe, typical. That's very typical. They always say expiring, and usually it's still good for the next day. So there is still time if you do want to take out a subscription and get 25% off. I'm just going to pop that code in. Oops, just give me a moment here, or the link. And of course, that 25% off is for the first month only or the entire year. Sorry, two links came in. Just give me a moment. Okay, so again, I'm reasonably sure that it'll be over tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. All right, this is a gap up and go, guys. METC, resource stock, well, coal mining. This is a gap up and go, METC. This got room too. Look at the monthly chart here. The next high looking left is 21 on the monthly chart. That looks like about the same on the weekly chart. So this has some room to run. METC. METC has room to run. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, pointing out the opportunity. If you like what you see, it's a little extended on the fives, of course, but certainly has room to run. Good volume, 33 million in the float, so it's not high. Certainly not low, but it's certainly not high. No, it's running, guys. METC is running for a while anyway. All right, Hellbiz. Okay, the news on this one: the CEO plunked about $2 million of his own money into the company. He bought about 2 million shares at $1. It's not quite, I think it was a little less, actually a little more and slightly under $1, but let's call it 2 million at $1. The CEO plunked down. Yes, you can. The question is, can I trade with Brokerage Plus pre-market? Yes, just like any broker though, it has to be a limit order. Okay, you can't go in market order. But like that's nothing to do with Brokerage Plus. That's any broker. You just have to go in with a limit order, not a market order. But the answer to your question is yes. Target looks still pretty good, guys. Target, I mean, it got over that 150 and it's still moving here. Obviously, a big gap to potentially fill. But remember, there was news regarding, I mean, they already had guidance, of course, when they came out with their earnings on May the 18th, got hammered. So they had a guidance, but now they are guiding even more poorly because of some kind of an inventory cost that Wow, METC guys, I mean, that is just got up to 1759. Now, this is showing up on Zach Scan also as a topping play, potential short. But look at the market. Boy, this is impressive. Big opening green candle followed by another one so far. Of course, it's early. It's only 9:52, so this has another 8 minutes to close, but this is a definitely a nice rally here. There's really no training. The question is from our YouTube room, what's the best place to get AI Holly trade training? There really isn't. I mean, you get an alert, how you trade it is going to be up to you. I mean, I hate to say it like, well, I have to say it like that. You know, use it, you get an alert, and how you trade it will be up to you. So there's no video that's going to say, okay, when you get this alert, this is how you should trade it. Well, if you want to practice, you can use our stand. If you have our, well, you need our, of course, you need our premium service, but you can practice with our simulator. But if you're talking about auto trading it, we don't recommend it at all. Okay, if you're talking about auto trading the AI, we don't recommend it at all. But as far as practicing, I mean, you can take trades in our simulator. You can take the AI trades in our simulator, and see how it works for you. So I mean, we have the first one today is HLBZ. So there it is showing up. This is in Brokerage Plus. You click on Sim, an account. Now you're in Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. You can practice trading it, and any other AI alert that comes by during the day. But there's no video that's going to say, well, okay, here's your alert. Here's what you should do with it. No. So almost 99% is day trading. Okay. So what you see here, you see this up in this Brokerage Plus window. I was just demonstrating yesterday, taking a trade, and if I don't close, this is in the simulator, if I don't close the trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. Okay, so if I take a trade in the simulator and I don't close it at the end of the day, then in other words, you can practice swing trading, is what I'm saying. So the way to watch it then, again, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. In my opinion, the best way to watch it is just click on new from our toolbar, and they're asking about the AI, Holly. Click on new from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. Make it super simple, uncomplicated. This is what you'll see. What I do then is I in this filter, it's a drop down, and I just check profitable trades, and that's it. Then I use it like a watch list all day long. Okay. So as we speak, Soluciones 300. I do not have, well, wait a minute. Did I get a fill on that one? Yeah, so I have a position now on this HLBZ. Okay, but again, this room is not about my telling you what to buy or sell. Just to let you know, okay? This is and anything you see here that I am on the monitor that I'm displaying, these are all ideas. Okay, that doesn't mean when I get an alert, I just pile into the trade, of course. Now, I am skeptical about HLBZ, so yeah, I'm in it, but I am somewhat skeptical. Boy, target guys, for those of you who are really keying in on that 150 mark, this is a great great recovery along with the market. Now, GLOP, this is a 10-day daily breakout now. 10-day daily breakout. Sorry, it's a 10-day daily breakout, so it is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout scan right here, okay? There was the initial alert at 6:57, time was 9:48, and this is what it's done since. I'm out of the I it made just a little bit on the HLBZ. I just don't trust it. I know the news looks good, but I just don't trust it. So very, very small profit on the HLBZ. All right, CVNA. CVNA is now, after it had a gap down to about 23.60, came back up, tacked on about $1, but is sort of wending its way down a little bit here. This did show up on my 10-day daily breakdown right at 9:30. I would never take it. It's way too soon. The price was, the alert price was 23.75. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert there and see if it takes it out later on. I mean, it's almost an all-time low even. Now, yesterday at this time, this was almost full. I mean, it was an incredible day for the 10-day daily breakdowns and the breakouts. So if you were fortunate enough to have shorts for JAN, I was talking about this 200-day, 429. What did it get to? 414, so very close. And so it would appear that that 200-day moving average, as it got closer and closer, stalled it. I just did not have shorts available at Interactive Brokers for it. So and you can see I did not take this one, but great alert here, 1751 for the METC to short. And it got, before it actually fell, it got up to 1766. But even if you'd put an alert, say at 1751, and waited for that to come back down, still an awesome. I did not take it. Again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. And again, you'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers probably all day. And one of the scans I'm sharing. So if you're new and you want any one of the scans that I have, all you have to do is go to my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm going to go into this in a little more detail later, but oops. Just go to the scan section right here. Okay, when you click here, these are the scans that I'm sharing, including Zach's bouncers and toppers. There's that 10-day daily breakdown. You hear me talk about gap continuation or reverse. These are all scans on my other monitors, okay? So that's why you don't see them. Again, I'm going to go over in more detail about what Trade Ideas is all about in about 20 minutes or so. Just click on the link. How to go to my homepage, just click on the link. I just posted the link. Just above where you type it, just click on that link and you'll be taken to my homepage. Somebody in our YouTube room asked about that. Joan, well, Joan had earnings, didn't it, last week? And June the 2nd, post-market, not bad actually, as a retailer trying to come back a bit, but it got hammered down on earnings. Well, here's another one. Is this this looks like this was a SPAC, EVEX. I'm pretty sure this was a SPAC, turned into EVEX on this date, and all these SPACs, I'd say all of them, but so many of them got just pounded yesterday. So this is trying to come back a little bit here. It has room, obviously, if it wants to keep running. A high of 1030 or so yesterday. But a lot of these SPACs just got absolutely pummeled yesterday. You're talking about HUSA. Yeah, no kidding. How about the Indo? Is that moving too? And so both of them are moving. This, of course, was the super crazy one, the INDO. Yeah, pretty strong short percent also, 11%. Wow, look at MRTX, guys. I had a little bit of a pullback, but this is super strong. All those upgrades, price targets. And that's MRTX. Really can't remember what happened here. This is a few days ago. Got hammered from 58 down to 33. Can't remember what happened. It's a bio, of course, so probably bad results. And I'm a lit, guys, ALIT, has some room down to this 830 mark. It is falling here. Don't see any specific news on it. They're going to be well, no, I don't see any. On the 31st, I said they're going to be presenting at the Baird 2022 Global Consumer. When is that supposed to be? So they actually presented yesterday. I guess maybe the reaction wasn't great. They presented yesterday about 15 minutes before the market closed. And I guess a very muted reaction yesterday, but the reaction looks like it's today with whatever they said. That's a look at the market here, guys. That's a big recovery so far. Okay, this EDTK has been all over the place. It's just showing up in some of my scans, but on the way up and now on the way down. So yeah, Chico's is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. CHS is an earnings play. I just think it's so choppy. It's above the 200-day moving average, 505. Coincidentally, the VWAP and the 200-day are about the same. Released earnings pre-market. Look how choppy it is, or it was, and it still is. The next high looking left is 517, and then we've got 517, and then we've got 537. I don't know. I just think there's too much resistance between here and that 530 mark. It's just really, really choppy. Shady's talking about General Motors shorting underneath 37. Let's take a look at General Motors under 37. The low of the day is just under 37, 36.76. The next low looking left is 36.38. I mean, if it really gains traction, then you're talking way down here at 34.50 or so. All right, RPTX I still have some of this. This is my, well, it's a swing, I guess. Took it on Friday around that 1260 mark. All right, now a little more ominous on the SPY, guys. Take a look at the SPY on that 15-minute chart. What do we see here? We see two big topping tails, okay? So remember, that was a green candle all the way up. Sellers knocked it down here. Buyers tried again, got it up here. Sellers are in control right now as we speak. If we get a close under 409, which is the low of the previous 15-minute candle, that could spell a downturn. Now, this candle, of course, 1009, this still has 6 minutes to close. I mean, the buyers could keep, trying to prop it up, but we'll have to see. Well, I think it's already happened. I mean, his alert for BTU came at 29.78. So that didn't really move too much above it. So remember, the alert for his topping scan was at 29.78. So it has already fallen quite a bit. Boy, SIGA is still strong. SIGA is still strong. Now it's over yesterday's high. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and yeah, look at the SPY. So the SPY did take out that level, well, briefly anyway. It took out that level right there, and the Carvana, see what is it doing? Still a little too choppy for me. For me, the best hit in my 10-day daily breakdown scan, they're usually a little more steady, but I don't like these topping tails and bottoming tails, but CVNA, I mean, the alert was at 2375, so it's still kind of around that area. Now, why did I see ACET? That was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday we saw this one. Yeah, this ACET. Yeah, good volume. 19 times normal. 21 million in the float. Is there news on it? So they updated their phase one data yesterday. So I guess that is sort of a follow through and getting a buy rating from JMP. I don't see a price target. Yeah, so the post-market high was way up here at 1330. Let's see, high yesterday was 1292, so it's just at that high of yesterday. 1249 is there, 1340. So yeah, I mean, it's got some room. ALIT, guys, ALIT did start to move down. Okay, so this is, yeah, it's looking a little more ominous now, guys, with the SPY, with those two topping tails. So I hope we get another one soon from your topping play, Zach. Because this would be a great time to get one with the market doing what it's doing. Give me one moment, guys. I'm just making an adjustment to one of my scans. So just give me a moment. I guess, Jamie, it did. BTU did show up on the short scan, yes. Wow. Okay, the ACT now is showing up as a 10-day daily breakout. Actually, it was before. I'm sorry, at 10:12. The time was 10:12. GLOP is on the move. GLOP is on the move. 657 was the alert. And this is what I'm talking about. 657 at 948 is making new highs now. Look at BPT, guys. BPT on the move here. This is yeah, we don't even have any float information on this. This is this is going to be a very crazy trader. BPT. I remember if I go back a few months, I'm sure this, yeah, this was like way up here, $120 odd stock back in 2012. But when we opened this room, this was still a 101 stock, $101 stock back in 2014. Well, METC is still strong, guys. METC is still strong. It did have that pullback. It was a nice short, but it is right back up. METC is right back up. And the next high looking left, 1710, so it's above that. And the next high last month was 21, and that's the same on the week, 21. This still has some room. I'd like to see maybe the market on its side a little bit here, but it's still looking strong, METC, after that pullback. Not sure, perfect. He's scheduled, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll find out a little bit later. Question was, is Michael Noss going to be in our YouTube room? He's normally there on Tuesday, but I'll have to confirm that. Somebody mentioned Zach mentioned YMM earlier, and its stock. This METC takes up this high up here. I think this could keep rolling. METC. I mean, it's got all sorts of room, and it really kind of trading on its own. It did have the pullback. Okay, I've got ACET, a little price alert over 13. See if it takes that out. Checking some of the things that happened in my watch list. AFTCI, not really a big move. The Hellbiz, it moved. I mean, 113 got to 122. I guess that's not. The red box, RDBX, again, active today. It's had some really crazy action starting here. Starting here, meaning on when was that? Looks like May 11th. Yeah, Viru that is a virus play. Yeah, big short flow percent. If that's correct, I mean 26% short. I mean that is a big percentage short. So yeah, they're. I don't see any specific news for today. This is the VERU. Meanwhile, USA just made another new high, HUSA, and that is last month's high was 615. So I mean, it's almost there. Remember, 3 months ago is when these little. How's the other that Mexican one? Is it MEXC? No, what is it? Somebody will know. The other one that was running with that one, MEC. MXC. I hit the post. MXC. Thank you. MXC. Is it running? Yeah, it's running also, guys. So these all kind of ran at the same time. MXC, Indo, INDO, and the HUSA. But no question, HUSA is the star for that percentage increase. Low float. Yeah, so it is a COVID play. Yeah, I remember now that Viru is a COVID play. RYTM guys looks kind of interesting. It's now up for the day. Did hit in the pre-market, did hit 389, and that is RYTM. All right, guys, METC, let's see what you got. Wow, fast morning, 10:25. So first of all, this is when I typically do a little bit of a spiel about trade ideas. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Just checking the SPY here. Look at these series of topping tails. Buyers are trying, guys. The buyers are trying. Look at these topping tails here. You know, at one point, remember what these topping tails mean. At one point, these candles were right up here. The sellers knocked it down, but the buyers are really trying here. Anyway, so yes, I share my screen live on the mic. And to introduce myself, my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So we still have a promotion on. I thought maybe it would be up today, but it is not. So there's at least one more day of it. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there is the promo code. It is still active. Test Drive 25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas and you'll see our pricing plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual is 2,000 less than 25%. That brings it down to $1,500. Standard is 1,000 less than 25%, brings it down to $750. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a little bit. You don't have to start off with an annual though. In fact, I would recommend you start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the program. So the standard is 118, the premium is 228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you decide within 30 days of taking out a monthly subscription that you do want to take on an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So that's why I'm saying there's no mad rush to take on an annual. You have to know you want the program to take on an annual. Okay? If you do start, if you take out a subscription, I've actually told them I think we should make it mandatory. In other words, lock the program until you do the let's get started. Lock it. Till you do this, It'll take you about 30 minutes. It starts off with a download and install. These are all, there are 10 videos. The first startup and login. Like, do yourself a favor and spend the 30 minutes at least with that, okay? After that, you can take a look in the education section. You click here. And why did that happen? Okay, good. So now here's the user guide. So don't worry about anything else other than these first four. You should have done the get started. I'm going to go over the channel bar, but you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. You should know the differences. And if you want to create your own scans, this is going to show you how. Afterwards, once you get this nailed, afterwards you can start looking at how to create a price alert, how to create sound alerts on the various alert windows that you've got. Okay, look at the SPY, guys. Wow, look at this SPY. That is an impressive move after that previous red candle that looked like it was going to take out the lows and continue down. That's an impressive move. We're almost going to go positive here. Super impressive move. Whew. Daily support session. So in our YouTube room, I do take a break at around noon, between 12 and 1 Eastern time, of course. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It is supposed to be Michael, but I'm going to have to verify that. Okay. I'll let you know. If it's not Michael, somebody else will be there. And then Chris Varley is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I do shut the main room down at 3:30. So then you can pop over to YouTube if you want. And Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars. Today is Tuesday. So there's not one today. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. I mentioned Michael Noss. Michael put this great video series together. If you're new to trading or you're looking for a refresher, this is a great free series. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay. Now, I also do a daily recap, okay? And you can sign up for it right here. It is free. I do it at noon. More information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This stock of the day is the same as what's up here. And all my scans are here. So all the scans I'm sharing. So for instance, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. These four are what I use in the pre-market. You'll hear me refer to Zacks, bouncers, and toppers most of the day. You'll hear me probably talk about the gap continuation or reverse. And then of course the 10-day daily breakdown. So, but all my scans are here. Okay, so obviously you have to be a member to have access to them. So my advice is this: save my link, and then you can take a look at my scans anytime. You can look at the education anytime, and of course the let's get started anytime. So if you save my link, you can do this whenever you want. Okay. Let me just size this window on my other monitor. Sorry guys, I'm having a tough time grabbing an edge here. Come on. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just having a tough time sizing this window on my other monitor. Okay, finally. So with this market pop, the 10-day daily breakdowns right now, especially that Carvana, this is turned into now, this is well, look at this market. This is ridiculously impressive. I'm sure a lot of us thought that red candle looked like maybe the demise, but look at this. The next candle is super strong. And there you go, U.S. Treasury. So I guess that is the news. Legislative measures that could lower inflation, whatever. But I mean, right now there's a reaction. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you on my homepage all the scans that I'm sharing. We have a lot of scans here also. If you click on from our toolbar, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, all of these are theme-based channels. So if you're looking for a momentum scanner, as an example, just click on the momentum channel and you will see, this is a layout, and you'll see the scans that we've created within this momentum channel. You might want this one. This is a momentum, a real time. So what happens is this. If I right click, and the same with my scans, you right click, then click on configure, and then click on summary. It's going to show you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, it's looking for stocks between 1 and 50. It's trading 3 times normal up to this point of the day, 100,000 shares, etc. These are the filters. So these are all what we call ANDs. So every filter has to be satisfied. And if the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so at 10:33, AMPH made a new high for the day. That's why we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's what we're really good at, real-time alerts. So if you like this scan the way it is, you could save it to the cloud. And so what I'm trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels and start taking a look at the scans that we've created. And you can, if you see something you like, low float winners, maybe you like to see that one, save it to the cloud. Okay, so just go to the different channels and start taking a look at what we've created. If you see a scan you like, just save it to the cloud. And then what you can do once you've done that is that you can bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place. So we try to make it very easy. Of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. So if I right click now on an alert window and click on configure and then search. So when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to use the program. So they tried to create enough alerts, real-time alerts. These are all, when you see these icons, these are real-time alerts. And when we see these icons, these are the filters. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. Obviously, we have thousands of subscribers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we felt we had to create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to create their own scans. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many there. You don't have to learn them all. Target's having a tremendous bounce, guys. Woohoo! METC. Can you take out 18 for me? Okay, now part of our premium service is the AI, okay? And to make it easy, this is what I would do. Click on new from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Now, there's no right or wrong way to trade the AI. This is what I do. I click on in this filter section right there. This is a drop down menu. I click on the profitable trades. I don't care about anything else. I use it like a watch list all day long. Okay. Don't get hung up. This is a real time alert. There's a stop, nothing for you to do. Okay, there's nothing to set up. Just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, there's no right or wrong way. I use it like a watch list. I don't take every trade. Some days I don't take any of the AI trades. I did take the HLBZ earlier, but I got out of it. And we do not recommend auto trading the AI. So there's Billy from the AI, Billy 2666. You can see it right there on the y-axis. When you see something, excuse me, with a price in the y-axis, you know that was an AI alert. So 2666, it's at 27.26 now. The high yesterday was 27.15, so this still looks pretty good. And of course, it's a China stock. Got to be aware of that. Look at the SPY, guys. This is awesome action. AERC, what is happening with that one? That was a flyer from yesterday. Yeah, it's still down for the day, but trying to bounce, yes. All right, I want to talk a little bit about this window up here. We call this brokerage plus, okay? This big blue window up here in the upper left-hand corner. You put the link called brokerage plus. Other than the fact that it's halted, and it's halted for news. And it's not looking good. This is the latest on it. Now, GJ, product quality and safety concerns loom over its vaccine. So that's all that's happening right now. So, okay. So it is halted for news, and this is what's going on. And that is the NVAX. So this Brokerage Plus window, I put the link in. First of all, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. You would start it off, click on New from our toolbar, and then Brokerage Plus. Now, these are columns that I've got, but there are lots of different columns that you can use. So in the link I put in, there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But don't fret. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. And of course, if you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use it, but it's a feature, it's an option. Use it if you want. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window or how you can use Brokerage Plus. But the way I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay, so it's really simple to do. What I want to do is I want to disconnect, show you what you'll see. Okay, so you'll notice in our toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus, two options underneath, live and sim. So obviously live is if you have an IB or E-Trade account and you want to use it. And then sim for simulation or paper trading. So I can't emphasize enough. If you're new to trading, practice trading first before you commit money to the market. You click on Sim, and this is going to change to account. Click on the account and then click on simulated trading default. So now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Why you see this one is, I was showing, I took this trade yesterday in the simulator. I did not close it out at the end of the day. So this is how you can practice swing trading if you want. You can take trades. If you don't close them out at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. Okay. What a lift in this market. And it's very simple to use. You just click on an alert. I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. Once you've done that, you click on the buy, and then you size it up a little bit and then send it. So I see HLB. I'm not back in it, but let's just for fun. Take HLBZ, okay? We'll just take this trade. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. Yeah, the spread is, I hate this. I've never really liked this company. So I have a tough time even doing it in a simulator. So I won't. Let's take the TNXP. Okay, just because it's in play, monkeypox and all that. So let's just take the TNXP. We'll take 500 shares, click on the buy at the market. The spread is only a penny, so that's fine. And now I'm going to send it. Okay, just took the trade. So now I'm in this trade, 242. So if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, then I can, then it becomes a swing trade. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money once you try to connect to your live account, okay? You've got to be able to make money in the simulator. Unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, does not necessarily mean that you're going to be able to make money when you connect to your live account, because it becomes way more emotional. Very simple to get out of a trade in the simulator and lose money. A lot harder when you're using your real money. So a little bit of a segue then. When I trade, just a minute. The way I trade is that I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. Okay, I'm always looking for reasons not to take the trade. So I have a checklist. Doesn't really matter what my checklist is. You're going to have to practice trading. You have to figure out, a plan, how you feel you want to trade. What looks good to you. Or do you want to become a momentum trader? Do you want to be a pullback trader? Do you want, take a look at stocks near the all-time lows and play bounces? I mean, you have to figure out on your own what sort of a trader you're going to be. So I'm always looking, though, for reasons not to take a trade. So I'll have a checklist. So unless I can check every box, I'm not taking the trade. So let's say now, though, and I'll pretend that, again, I'm just using TNXP as an example. Let's say I was able to check every box. Next step, though, is, okay, just because I think a trade should work doesn't necessarily mean the market's going to agree with me. Okay, so I will always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade when I feel it's not working, and that's my stop. So I'm going to put a stop. I enter this trade at, now I will always know ahead of time where my stop is, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 222. It's 20 cents away. And I'm only doing this just to make the math easy. Okay. And I'll explain why I'm doing this. You'll notice there'll be a red line that'll appear on the chart that should say approximately minus 100. There we are, minus $99.90. So what that means is if I let this just in auto fashion trade down to that level, it'll take me out of the trade for about a $100 loss. So there's two things here. First of all, well, how am I going to know where to put a stop? How I do it typically is I'll look at a 5-minute chart, no less than a 5-minute chart, and I'll kind of size up where I think there is a support area, where there's a lot of action at a certain price. So if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. But support and resistance, we get this question all the time. Do you have support and resistance? Well, my idea of support and your idea of support may be very different. So if I were starting out brand new, what I would probably do is say, you know what, let's put the stop at the previous 5-minute candle. That is a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We know what that number is. And that's how I would start to practice. So in this case, though, why I put the stop at 222, which happens to be 20 cents away, because now the next aspect of all this is that, okay, fine. If you agree with the idea of placing a stop, how much you're going to risk on the trade? Now, if you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. And how I trade, I don't vary my risk amount very much. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Within reason, I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So in this case, in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares. Again, I would know this ahead of time. I know my entry, I know my stop. So a little bit of math involved. The difference between my entry and my stop is 20 cents. If I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. So hopefully that makes sense or you can understand that I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. It's going to be determined by the difference between the entry and the stop. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet very easily so that quickly, if you're risking the same amount per trade, so let's say it's $100. So if my difference was 17 cents, you have an Excel spreadsheet set up. Looking at 17, it would tell you how many shares to take immediately. Okay. So that is the practice. Okay. You've got to practice, practice, practice. Now, the next step is, of course, obeying your stop. Sometimes it's really hard. Like I was saying before, I can get into a trade and I think this has got to be a wonderful trade. On top of that, everything is checked, but on top of that, maybe it's got some great news too. And the room is talking about it. Everybody is so enthusiastic about it. But guess what? It still is not, it's not working. And it starts approaching my stop. So instead of obeying my stop, I say, you know what? It's got to work. So maybe I might put my stop too tight, or I know this is going to turn around. So you'll let that $100 manageable loss turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself for not selling it at a manageable loss. That's one. But, and you guys know who've been in the room for a long time, almost as bad is not obeying your stop, letting it turn into a $500 loss or worse, and then having it turn around, and now all of a sudden you're up $100, $200, $300, $400, and then you start saying to yourself, "Wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can. Okay, of course that can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is just not good money management. Okay, and don't let the fact that yes, sometimes it will turn around and you kick yourself for obeying your stop, and now you would have been making money. Fine, it's going to happen. But in my experience, not obeying your stop is just a great way to just basically destroy your account. Well, my checklist, Nathaniel, a lot of it is, question is, can I use your checklist? Well, a lot of my checklist is based on my price range I want. So most of my scans, I'm never going to see anything outside of the price range I want. But that's why I'm saying my price range is not necessarily what you want. Okay, that's why you've got to practice. Like, yeah, I am comfortable with probably a 25 and under price range, but others might say, well, that's crazy. I'd rather play stocks between 20 and 50 or 20 and 100. That's fine. You have to determine your comfort zone. A minimum number of shares. I think my minimum, in a lot of cases, probably going to be about 300,000. Some may look at that, go, wow, it's got to be much more for me. That's fine. Practice. It's got to be up a certain percent from the open. So a lot of the things are already in my checklist, are already checked because of my scans. After that, I'm just looking to see what it looks like on a daily, monthly, and weekly chart to see what sort of room it has, before it hits the next high. So that's why I'm never auto trading. I'll always 100% of the time click on the alert, check to see what's happening, and then I make my determination if I'm going to take the trade. So it's not a matter of maybe you can use the same thing as me, Nathane. You have to figure out a price range. I didn't know, for instance, that in fact, there was a time where I wouldn't trade anything under $20. I thought that was too cheap. Many, many years I did that. But, I've decided that for me, my sweet spot are stocks, I think under 30 most of the time, just because, these stocks are the ones that can give me the biggest percentage returns. Pretty hard, with a $100 stock to get, a 10% lift. Whereas on a $5 stock, it's a lot easier. That's my thinking. Doesn't have to be your thinking. But meanwhile, look at this QUBT just accelerating here. Can I take this trade? No. Why? It's extended for me. You know what I mean? It's just straight up on the 15s. And they did actually have some news. Unveils software breakthrough that amplifies the quantum computer processing power by up to 20 times. Well, that sounds pretty good, right? Now, if you're wondering why I would have liked to seen QUBT before 345, well, one of the filters I have here is that it has to make 45 new highs before I see it. If you don't like that, you can reduce it. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Just because what I've got is not necessarily the be all and the end all. We get the question all the time. Well, yeah, I see you got an alert at 345. I want to see it here, when it broke over 3. You can create a scan to show you anything. Okay. The problem can be, though, is that if you start reducing your filter values, for everyone that does this, you may get 20 that don't. Okay. So that's why, I have some pretty tough filter values. And will I miss things early on? Yeah, very possibly. But I the way I do it, I don't get inundated with alerts all day long. You can create a scan that is going to show you absolutely everything. Every little pop. That's probably the question that we get the most. How come my scan, or can you create a scan for me that would show me this at 312? Because that's where I want to take it, from 312 all the way up to 360. Well, we all want that. But what can happen is, yes, this one did that. But again, trying to just emphasize the point, you may get 20 or 25 that don't do it. And, this will just get lost. Which one do you'll be clicking like mad and missing it. So there's always a trade-off. So Nathane, again, if you look at my scans that I share, you can just right click and click on configure, and you'll see what I'm using. So, I mean, this is a really tough one. Current volume's got to be at least 8 every time I see a trade. No, doesn't have to be 8. But, in this particular one, 8 meaning it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day. So, but in Zach scan, for instance, I don't have a relative volume. I'm more interested in the alert, not worrying as much, but that's now my, call it trading experience is going to, get me in or out of a trade in this particular one because, I don't have a tough relative volume in here. There's no relative volume at all. So that's why I'm saying you've got to practice trading. I can't, the way I trade can be very, very different from the way other people will trade. I mean, I know that for sure. But if you listen to Michael Noss talk, if he's there today, I don't know 100% if he's going to be in our YouTube room, but he always talks about a trading plan. And the plan is something like, what do I like to see? What price range am I comfortable with? What minimum volume am I comfortable with? Like what am I comfortable with? And then you stick to that sort of a plan. Does the stock have to be up a certain percentage, either from the open or the close before I want to see it? Just things like that. If you're just starting out trading, you won't know until you practice and figure. I didn't know when I first started out that, I wanted to be basically a momentum trader. I didn't know. I was listening to Chris in the YouTube room from 3:30 to 4:30 yesterday, not the entire time, but he was talking about trading and how the biggest mistake he made was starting to trade, after about 2 weeks. He said, he should have waited at least 6 months before he actually started to trade with a live account. Trading is not easy. All right, guys, I keep waiting for this Met C to really take out 18. Let's see if it's just been teasing me up here. This is the one I'm in. Remember I said, well, let's see what you got. And it was right at that level here, the 1773. We're chopping around a little bit. So again, I don't tell anybody to take a trade. So again, this is a heck of a press release, obviously, with the QUBT, okay? And what a few days it's had. I mean, this is a dollar fit, basically over a double in what, 2 weeks for QUBT? No, I know. It's 20 times. I mean, that's a very eye-catching press release. Now, can they make money doing this? Who knows? It's a low float situation also. Really no action in the pre-market at all. Even though, that news hit at least at 8:31. It might have been sooner, but I'm looking at my IB headlines. So that was at 8:31. There could have been a news release even earlier, but there was really no reaction, no major reaction at all until the market opened. Now, a scan that some of you might like is, let me see if I can find it. And this would be in a kind of be in a case like that one, the QUBT. Let's see if I can find that scan. What it is it's a low, what did I call it? Small gap? Yeah, small, okay, small gap breakout, okay? Small gap breakout. So this is what it's doing. Now you know what? I think I want to change this to the open though. Okay. I'm going to try it like this and see. I'm definitely now way more into the change from the open than the change from the close. I'm just going to make that change. I want to see what happens here. So what this is doing, it's restricting the gap, the first print of the day. It's restricting it, okay? Because like a lot of people, they say, well, man, it's already gapped up. You know, why do I want to chase this? Okay, but you see, like for instance, the IOVA. So these are the filters it's using. This is the key one, where the open was no more than 1% above the previous close or 1% below. So this is both on the upside and the downside. Now, if you just want the upside, you know, then you would just go into this and get rid of this one. Okay, the -1. And also you would get rid of the new low. But if you want them both on the upside and the downside. So hopefully what I'm trying to show you though is that this will restrict that first print. So in other words, you won't get a big gap, but then afterwards it starts to move, if that makes sense. It also has to be above the high of yesterday or below the low of yesterday. Okay. So it's going to be strong, but with hardly any gap at all to start. So I can should maybe save this because I made a little change. So if you want this, you can take a look at it. Give me a moment. Okay, oh, yeah, I'll keep an eye on it to see what sort of alerts we're getting. Okay, I will let me pass that on to Stephanie and see what happens. See what she says. What version of Trade Ideas are you using? That's the other thing. Roger, if you click on Help and About, what version of Trade? Okay, fine. That might be the reason. That might be the reason. So let me just pop that in. That's pretty old. Okay, I just popped that in just to see. Is that the latest? Okay, well, let's see. I don't know. I thought there was maybe it's the beta you have to be on, but I'll wait for her to answer. Okay, Roger? All right, guys, I'm out of the METC. It's just not, if it takes out 18 later on, maybe I get into it again, but I'm out of the METC. Made a little bit on it. I was hoping it would really rip through 18. The other thing, Roger, is that I may just send you to our support, and ask for Stephanie, and she may get into a more of a like a chat with you. Okay, I'm just waiting for her to answer. I don't know what the time it is there. She's in South Africa, so I don't know. I don't know what time it is there. Well, here's a gap up and reverse now, guys. The gap up and reverse. This was a weak one yesterday. CELU, very weak yesterday, weakening again. What a difference, the day. I mean, yesterday, even though the market wasn't, down a whole bunch, in fact, it ended up positive. This was full. The 10-day daily breakdown was full. Never seen it like this. This is more typical. And the 10-day daily breakout was full also. Just a very strange day yesterday. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Most of those were SPACs. You're absolutely right. Zach, you're absolutely right. If I did a history of yesterday, yeah, most of them were SPACs. Crazy. This IOVA is pretty interesting, guys. I mean, look left on the daily chart, 791. So what a potential void to fill. And there's sort of a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. You've got this uptrend. You've got that little pause in the uptrend, that red bar. And then the next bar is green, the continuation of the trend. Yeah, so she might be eating dinner or something. So okay, here you go, Roger. So what you should do is go to our. So you see what she's looking for, okay? And go to our home page. Click on. So once you've got some screenshots. Okay, so go to the home page. Now I know you're trading, so I mean you may not be able to do it right now, but go to the home page if you have time. So click on the home page link, and then when you see start, questions and answers, click on the questions and answers, and then click on ask, and say Stephanie. Okay, so Stephanie will know it's for you, and then hopefully you have some screenshots. If you can't do it now, and I do understand if you're trading, you might not want to do it now, then use the support at trade-ideas.com, okay? She will definitely, she's really, really good at getting back to you. So, okay? Meanwhile, I know you were looking to short, well, maybe you did take a short on HUSA, but holy smokes, is this still strong? HUSA? So we've gone positive, guys. Boy, let's take a look now. It's going to be very, very different now. That I'm going to click on the dot channel bar, and now I'm going to look at the sector change. See how different this is going to be. I keep forgetting to add retail down here. So this is the sector change from the open now. Look at the difference. Remember when we looked at this about 10 minutes before the open, and we were looking at the change from the open, virtually every stock was, well, every sector was down. Most stocks within the sector were below yesterday's close. But now this is a different look, of course. Look at energy. Remember, virtually every single one of them were down from yesterday's close, but now 90% of them are above the open. Technology, 97% above the open. This is why I like forget about the change from the close, guys. I would, if you're still using the change from the close, other than in the pre-market, I would change everything to the change from the open. If you haven't done that already. So you can see the AI at work here, the MRTX. I don't mind showing you now. I don't display the AI, not fair for those who pay for the service, the premium service, but you can see right here. Now, MARPS was another one of those that ran with the HUSA and the MXC and the Indo. Okay, that was another one. But there is that MRTX that we talked about in the pre-market with all the upgrades and lofty price targets that were put on it. And then there's the Billy also. So the AI is having a nice day on these three. And again, look at MARPS. Again, if you look at Indo and you look at MXC and you look at HUSA, HUSA, you will see very, very similar topping tails 3 months ago. This is looking better and better, guys. The IOVA as it's resting here. I mean, it's got nothing but room. Again, I'm not saying it's getting back up to 16, but I can't remember what happened here, but it got absolutely clobbered from 15 down to 6, and then a few days later down to 6, but it's rebounding off. Obviously had really bad news on their drug. Now this was not a SPAC. I mean, U1 was not a SPAC. This one was thumped on its own for whatever reason. U1, it was not a SPAC, or is not a SPAC. Yeah, the Juneteenth. I would have thought it would ramp up a little bit more, but I guess not. Maybe it's profit taking now. So the other one should be doing the same thing, CARG, C-A-R-G, right? Oh, no, no, not that. No, the other one. What's that must mean that it really popped. Yeah, it really came off that 4. So it's above the high now. It's above the high of yesterday, I think. 484, yes. Oh man. I did take one trade that I didn't talk about, but wow. Early one. Owl T is still not bouncing. That. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just following an internal trade ideas discussion. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm just finding out if Michael will be in our YouTube. Whoop, I think he said yes. Okay, so Michael will be in our YouTube room at noon. So if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, if you have some questions about maybe even back testing strategies and things like that, he is your man. Not really happy. Not really. I mean, I don't have any. I don't change depending on the time of the day. Really happy. So I don't have any. I can't recommend anything between 2 and 4. I don't change. It's not like I have a different layout for that time period. I just keep using what I've been using all day long. So I'm sorry. Is that the scan you've been working on, or is that something else, Zach? Oh, that's an old, that's right. You had this one quite a while ago, the breaking out in volume. I don't think that's, no, that's not a new one. That is the breaking out in volume. So I mean, Happy, I mean, stocks that are making new highs, basic new highs and lows. I mean, these are stocks that are probably strong all day. So between 2 and 4, they may have another run. But I just don't have anything specifically for 2 to 4. All right, guys, I'm no more alerts. Haven't had an alert for a while now. Okay, little pullback now for the IOVA. This could get me interested if it gets back up to that 838 area. Okay, because again, it's got all that room. Ah, look at this. So that actually was a trade ideas alert at 10 o'clock for HUSA. This is from Interactive Brokers. Right at 10 o'clock. Yeah, I haven't seen William today. All right, guys. Again, I'm not getting too many new alerts. About half an hour. I will be taking a break. Now, red bar. Look at target now. TGT. Target. TGT starting to drift down. Now a red bar in the SPY. So now we'll probably go negative for a while anyway. SELB is on the move here. SELB, probably, actually, it's not a low float. Used to see this one quite a bit. Haven't seen this one for a while. SELB, probably because it was, yeah, under $1. So it is now over $1. Big float. For whatever reason, it is moving. Okay, so now this showed up on your bounce scan. However, with the market doing this, when I say this, CRGE just showed up on Zach's bounce scan. There's a 200-day down here, so that's way down. I'd like to see the market not do this though. I don't have a scan like that exactly, Jado. I don't know how, maybe the average true range would, help, depending on the price of the stock. Because I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think our ATR has a percentage. It is just, yeah, see, it's just a dollar amount. I mean, you could obviously restrict the average true range to something very low. The other thing, I mean, so that, I mean, that is one way. The problem though is depends on the price. So, I mean, you could say average true range, add the filter and put a max, but that'll be a dollar value. Now, the other thing though, is that in conjunction with, but you're talking, you're not talking about just today, you're talking about doesn't move much, over a certain length of time. Yeah, because you could also, of course, use the change from the open and restrict it with the true range. But that would be really just for today. So this is what I'm trying to say here. Where are you? So the percentage of the average true range. So in other words, if you put a max of 50, that means that if something normally has an average true range of $1, today it's only 50 cents as an example. Yeah, so over a time period, weeks, etc. No, definitely not then here. I mean, we do have a consolidation. How well it's going to work for you, I don't know, but we do have a consolidation. Oops. Position in consolidation or consolidation number of days. So you want something that really, a lot of times what you're going to see are buyouts. You'll do something that's flatlined. So, I mean, you can try it. I've never really used this. But you can try it. Put 7 days minimum, and just sort of see what sort of stocks you're getting. You'll definitely get stocks that are buyouts though, that are flatlined for a while. Yeah, they're sort of the interesting thing about the Viru is that it's not a low float, 64 million, and it just, I mean, that day that it moved, up to 25. A lot of topping tails, but certainly the trend is up. I mean, just look at the 15-minute chart, look at the 5-minute chart. The trend is certainly up. Higher lows all the way up. So AERC is right back up. I mean, it had that pretty steep pullback, about a 50-cent pullback down to 450, but it is right back up, AERC. So again, it's above yesterday's high or right at yesterday's high. Boy, the NVAX still halted. Doesn't look good. So the latest news on it is still the expert panel is still weighing in on their vaccine. So obviously we have no idea which way it's going to go. That's been halted since 6:55 Eastern time this morning. Oh, okay. Here's my confession, guys. Alit, the one I mentioned this one, really early in the day as something was dropping. And I thought, oh, what the heck, take a little. Man. Well, look at this one, guys. And ARC just took out five, but look at VAXX, lifetime low now. Whoa, what a disaster. Excuse me, this was another one of those SPACs, I guess, Starry, STRY, that got clobbered yesterday, and not quite as bad today, but still not good, just down a little. Will it continue? 717 was the low of yesterday. Whoa, baby. AERC, guys, AERC. Nimble. Boy, once it took out that five, yeah, so these are really lagging, and they're sort of the same sector, I guess, as AERC, sort of. But AERC is just, after that big pullback down to 386, look at this move. Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. I mean, sometimes sometimes instinct is the the way to go. I mean, it's not necessarily a trading plan, but I mean, I'm a little bit instinctive. All right, MCRB, and you can kind of see that it's basing right here around that 360 mark. Look at that 15-minute. You got up to 430 in the pre-market for whatever reason. Oppenheimer maintains coverage with a $13 price target. Fine. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert, around 366 and see if it takes it out on some volume. Just put the price alert, takes it out on volume. That'll probably get me interested in taking this trade. It's not a low float, not crazy high, but I mean, the reason, of course, for the spike is that people, they look at these price targets. I mean, look, it may never, ever, ever come close, but it's a press release. So again, that's the beauty of the price alerts, guys. If you're not using our price alerts, you're not using the program to its fullest. Very easy to do. Click on new and then click on price alerts window. And this window will pop up. Okay, this is what it'll look like. Of course, it will be blank. Notice I put a price alert for the MCRB is down here. If it triggers, okay, and the trigger price is 366. So what I do is I minimize the window. And then if it triggers, my price alerts window will pop up on my screen. I can't miss it. I'll also see it because I sort on the trigger time column. So I will see the last one right at the top. So at this point, I don't have to watch this. I can just wait to see if it happens. No, I'm looking to go long. As always, I want to see if the volume comes in. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for maybe something happening with that this one right here, the MCRB, see if it pops through, but it's got to do it on volume. Unless I don't see any big volume surge, I'm not going to take it. Jeez, amazing. It's just hanging under here. The MCRB just hanging under here. Well, here's another disastrous one. Well, Sale had some news yesterday, didn't it? Sale was sailing yesterday, or it recovered. I should say it recovered. It had the big drop, and I don't think this is not a SPAC, so it had the big drop. And that's right. That's right. This was Anaplan and Sale, etc. Right, right, right. I don't see any news right now on it. Oh, I see. This is news. Okay. Okay, round two coming up, maybe, or round 10, maybe for the AERC. I mean, 578 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. 578. Yeah, I mean, I was disappointed in the METC. I took this one and made a little bit on it, but I was really hoping for a huge breakthrough 18. Just didn't happen. Just based on the monthly and the weekly chart, had a ton of room. Was this actually an AI trade? A short or an AI alert? I guess it was. Yeah, it got stopped out. Okay, MRCB. Little bit of a break here and on a little bit of volume. Well, I don't think it's if you short a stock or you go long a stock. I mean, it depends on the spread, Vero. Okay, it really depends on the spread. I mean, you can go market if the spread is very tight. Otherwise, I think most of us go like a limit. Yeah, but that doesn't whether you're shorting or going long. So, for instance, if I want to take the MCRB right now, I can go it in the market. The spread's only a penny. But if the spread was, well, first of all, if the spread is so bad that I can't go in it in the market, I probably I won't take the trade. But if the spread was 5 cents here, with Interactive Brokers, I could always try to stick a bid in between as an example. But if I wanted to short this, I could go in at the bid right here. It's only a penny, right? So, I mean, it really depends. There's no hard and fast rule. So that makes sense? Here's one, STRY, a 4 cent spread. I mean, that's not terrible. right? Not terrible, except the fact that the last trade was at, okay, well, see, now it's a 1 cent spread. So most of the things that I see, because they, trading a lot of volume, a lot of relative volume, especially at this time of day, are, the spreads are going to be usually pretty tight. It's just the fact that at the beginning of the day, that's when you get some wild, wild spreads. Well, I don't know, maybe that's the answer because this is Interactive Brokers right here. Okay, so if I click on symbol right there, so here it is, 390.91. This is time and sales, but I guess that's the reason you don't have. The order entry, my order entry definitely looks the same as this. My order entry looks exactly the same in the bid and the ask. So I'm not sure. Just do another check here. 808, 810, 808, 810 is exactly the same. All right, let's take a look at HUSA. Well, then you've got something going on because, yeah, I mean, do you have real time? I mean, I don't know what to say because it's the same. 664, 663, it's exactly the same in the order entry. So you've got something going on with your account at if it's stuck at 604. Okay. It must be whatever plan you're on. I mean, you can just that's what I'm seeing. So you've got something going on with your account. Oh yeah, I'm certainly not an IB. I don't work for IB, but it doesn't make any sense because I'm just showing you that with my order entry on the HUSA, it's certainly not frozen at 60 something. Well, again, I can take a look at the VERU, the same thing. I guarantee the same thing. Yeah, 1592. Yeah, I mean, so there's something going on with your account. Maybe reload it. That's all I can think of because the order entry and my time and sales are identical. They're absolutely identical, and I see on the chart. So they're absolutely identical. All right, guys, 11:55. So I'm anticipating Michael is going to show up pretty soon. In fact, he might be there. Let me just give me a check on the unmute the site. So I am going to wait for Michael to show up. I'm going to put the announcement in. And I'll put the YouTube link in now. And you can head over there. He's not there yet, but he should be there anytime now. And again, if you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus or maybe backtesting strategies, things like that, Michael is your man. PMVP, yeah, we've had very few halts, very few halts. Boy, there's days where this window is loaded, but we've had very few halts. I don't recall very many yesterday either. But there's the PMVP, as Zach is talking about, halted on the way down. Look out below. That started at 15 something down to 13 or 1276. Yeah, that stupid BOXD, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. At least it's become shortable now. Again, I knew there were shorts available earlier. I mean, there's only 2,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers right now. I know I looked at it pre-market and there were a lot more, but they'll probably get snapped up. When I wanted to short it, there were no shorts available. So there's only 2,000 right now. Anyway, I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. That's the right. 9 was another. That's right. 9 was another one of those. Ninth and 10th. Meanwhile, Husa just keeps running here, guys. So keep an eye on the 9. Yeah, as Zach was saying. I mean, it's lagging, definitely lagging Husa. It's only up 15%. Funny, the Indo, I don't hear Indo at all. And that was the one that was really, I mean, look at this. So Husa's on its own. Husa is really trading on its own. There he is. Michael, I can see you're in. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
What's going on? Husa's going on. HUSA. That's what's going on.
HUSA. It's one of these crazy low float guys.
Yeah, very low float. That's one of these oil plays. Check out 3 months ago what it did. You can see the big spike high on the monthly chart. And that did, if you remember Indo, INDO, it did the same thing, except that Indo got up to like 80 something. But for whatever reason, Husa's on the move today, and the rest of them are not as volatile.
What are we talking? 5? Yeah, 5 float turnover. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, 8.8 in the float, 42 million. Yeah, so it's trading like crazy today.
Wild.
Anyway, my friend, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. You?
Okay. Well, I'm doing all right too. I'm doing okay. Crazy action on the SPY. I don't know if you saw that third 15-minute candle like I did on the SPY and thought, uh-oh, We had a nice couple of pops, but then that third one was red, and I thought, okay, this is it. And then look at that fourth candle. I mean, it just absolutely accelerated in the fourth and the fifth, just absolutely accelerated. I guess on some kind of news on combating inflation, whatever. But
That's interesting. Yeah, I hung out on a space with JC there right before I came in, and he was talking about the SPY's correlation to the dollar index, the UUP.
mhm, yeah.
Um, and that he basically thinks that we're not going to get a sustained rally until the
Michael, just a
yeah.
minute. They say they can't hear you.
I don't know.
Okay.
I've
They're
never
just
had that
telling me.
happen where you can hear me and they can't.
Yeah, they hear me, but they don't hear you.
One and you hear me, so that's
I hear
weird.
you.
1 second.
Oh, okay. It might be perfect circle. He's okay. The rest of you can hear it. The rest of
Oh,
them can
everyone
hear you,
can.
Michael.
Okay,
So
perfect.
it's just perfect circle.
All right. I was getting scared there.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I'll take it from you and you head off
Okay.
and do whatever it is
Yeah.
you do while you're gone.
I will do a video, a little bit of a workout, and maybe join you around 5 too.
Cool. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So yeah, I guess it works. I maybe Circle's got to kick his computer, or I don't know, get the hamster working or something. And the same speech I give every time. If you guys are new here and you don't know what's up, we just take this time each and every day that the market is open. We give Barry some time off. A different trader comes on and just hangs out here for Q&A. So the more questions you guys have, the less I'll be waffling on about random nonsense. So feel free to ask away. This is something that Trade Ideas does that I think is fantastic, where we have this stream constantly going, and then at the same time we have these Q&A sessions, right? So it's really hard to support software via like a live chat, and it is near impossible via a phone call. So to be able to come in and ask questions and say, hey, how do I do this, and I'll just click around on my screen and show you, I think is awesome. But seems to be a pretty slow day, right? And pretty slow just while here for the SPY. Myself is more of a swing trader. These are the times where I build a list, but then I don't really end up doing too much, and that's a lot to do with just kind of what's going on here. Get these out of here. Right, so we had this big push up off the lows, and now we've just been chopping sideways for almost a week and a bit, right? There's really nothing to do. So until then, right, as a swing trader, I just continue to build lists. So one of the main ones I do is always from, let's get this open here. Where's the rest of my trade ideas? That's not all of it. Oh, multiple desktops. I forgot I was playing with this. Oh, what did I do here? Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. These multiple desktop thing on Windows. So yeah, TI Strength is doing great this week. I got triggered in some of this VRU today. Already up on that. DHX didn't trigger. This one did. This one did as well. And then R, it gapped, but I actually bought some as it pulled back there. So, so far, so good. So the first question is show the scalp strategy. So I don't scalp myself. And the thing is, there are no, right, the scalp strategies. There's whatever strategy you come up with and apply to your written and tested trading plan. Myself, I'm just not a big scalper. It's trading has a whole bunch to do with finding your kind of edge, I guess, is the way that they put it. So what is it that you're good at, right? What is it that you excel at mentally? What is it that you like to do as a trader? Barry's more of a scalper. I'm just not. I'm more. My skills are more kind of in the trading plan development area, things like that. So I do a lot of statistical modeling and that kind of stuff, and then I do a lot of swing trading based off of charts. Just again, you got to find whatever it is that you're good at and then do that. So when it comes to scalping strategies, though, it's going to be the same as any strategy. You got to build it, right? Don't just rely on someone to tell you what to do. That it's always a recipe for disaster. And then go from there. I can show you around the AI. That's easy enough. But note that the AI is not a scalper either, right? So scalping generally refers to incredibly short-term trading. So in and out within a matter of minutes. But yeah, so basically the long and short of the AI is that it has a series of algorithms that it works on every single night. It's got about 70, and it back tests those, and it tries to figure out which of those are performing best in this current market. It then optimizes those. So when you describe optimization, just think of you have a strategy that is a stock bouncing off the 200-day moving average, for example. So optimization would say, like, what if the RSI is oversold? Does that help or hurt the strategy, right? What about volume? How does that help or hurt the strategy? All those different things. So it's optimizing, and then it's saying, hey, okay, these are the ones that it could get to perform well today. So then it just sits and waits for the uh, um, for the trigger conditions to occur, right? So it, in theory, and has in the past, sat through and optimized and said, here's 4 or 5 strategies that we think are going to work well in this market, and then the next day comes and none of them technically trigger. So when they fire off, they give you an entry point, a profit target if the strategy has it, a stop loss point, and you just decide whether or not that's something that meets your trading plan, and then you enter the trade based off of that, right? The benefits I find of the AI is for newer traders. You have a little bit of statistical edge on your side, and that's all right. Obviously, a good thing off the bat. Mainly has a lot to do with the fact that you have risk on every trade. So you see, actually, the share size here for each trade is different, and that's based off just the settings that I put, which is putting $5,000 into every trade. But you have a risk. It will tell you what you'll lose if you're wrong. All of those kind of situations occur there. So as we know in trading, there is no man or machine or person or hedge fund or whatever that's right all of the time, and there's certainly none that are right uh you know 80-90% of the time. Even anyone who tells you that, you got to run. So the benefit, again, I find to the AI is that we acknowledge that no one's right all the time, so let's make sure that we have our risk management on point. So we're able to go through and say, hey, if it reaches this point, you're probably wrong and it's time to get out. And then over the long run, uh, even if you had a 30% win rate, which the AI over the long run has way higher than that, you'll make money if you just have your win rate in check, right? So that's kind of the main purpose behind it. Again, in the back end, we can't obviously go into the great details, but just know that it's right strategies that traders have built, and it's just doing some back end optimization, and it's saying, hey, these are the ones that I believe in the long run will work out the best. But again, they're not scalping strategies. Again, scalping would refer to being kind of in and out in like a minute or two. The problem with scalping, and it's fine as long as you're, if you're using a retail broker, I would highly, reconsider scalping because your order flows being sold and all that kind of stuff. If you're, working on a prop firm or something, you can give it a shot. Just know that the lower time frame you go, the more you are in direct competition with HFT firms and market makers selling order flow and that kind of thing. And there's people who just want to moan about that, and then there's people who just say, okay, well, if that's the way it is, I'm just gonna kind of move on and do something else. So for myself, how I've gotten around, and I used to scalp. Like I started my career on a prop firm, my trading career. So I used to scalp pretty actively. But, as the computerization of the market came in and things started to change and all of that, I just said, this is A, it doesn't jive well with my personality type, and B, it's just getting more and more competitive as a game. So, how does your order flow being sold impact the little guy who scalps? Well, because if you're trading in, say, an E Trade or a TD Ameritrade or Robinhood or any of these guys, um, if you're scalping, they're taking 2 or 3 ticks off you on every single trade. So, again, pure scalping is generally, I'm gonna buy something and I'm gonna try to sell it 5 or 10 cents later. So if they're taking a cent or 2 off you on every single trade, that in the long run, that's really gonna impact your results, which is why most of the people who purely scalp nowadays are at prop firms where they have maker taker models, and the prop firm itself isn't taking any commissions, right? They're the prop firm is making their money by, hopefully, by you making money. There's some sort of income split. So they're not charging you anything in commissions. And in fact, if you add liquidity to the market, you can receive negative commissions, which you'll see in most prop firms. Like when I used to trade in the prop firm, I quite frequently would end the day with negative commissions, right? So I would be, say gross up $1,000 and then net up like $1,100 because I added enough liquidity to the market through ECNs that I got paid for those trades. So um, it's one of those things. It's the same as when it comes to them getting you for those ticks. The the more you trade, the more commissions you pay, right? Um, so it doesn't really matter, I guess, whether it's a commission thing or whether they're taking their money off their scalps. It just means that you're entering the game way more. Therefore, whatever cost you're paying to enter the game goes up dramatically, right? If you're buying a stock and you're selling it, in later in the evening or even holding it for a couple days, you're paying way less in that kind of entry fee, right? Which is funny, all the people who wanna, like, get Citadel, right, and get a hand up on Citadel and the hedge funds and stick it to the man. Really, the way, if they actually wanted to do that, would be just to, like, invest in a Vanguard fund and just never, um because the more actively you're trading, especially if you're doing something like, options, the more actively you're into something like that, the more the market makers and the brokers and that kind of thing, the more they end up making, the more you end up giving money to them. Right. A lot of people think just because the broker says that it's free that you're actually getting a trade for free, and of course that's not happening because right why would the broker ever do that? It's um, they're a business, right? Why would they ever just give you something for free with no No reason, right? They're always going to go, okay, well, we will give you quote unquote free trading, but in return, we're going to sell you to a market maker who's going to take a couple ticks off every trade you make. It's like, was it Superman 3, where the guy ended up like hacking the bank for fractions of a penny, multiplied out millions and millions of times? I think that's what they were trying to do in Office Space. So it's never free. It's never free in, it's never free out. And not to discourage you, if you got a scalping strategy that you've tested and you've taken these costs into effect, um, and it's still profitable and it's something that it's working for you, and again, it's been heavily tested, and you have the personality type for it, because generally, if you're going to make significant money off of scalping, you're going to be in and out. Uh, you're going to be in and out really, really quickly, right? So you have to have, like, if you're ever one of those people that you're like, yeah, I don't have the best control of my emotions when I trade, those are the people that I'd say absolutely you should never scalp, because everything's going to be kind of heightened, right? Can I share a scalping strategy? No, I don't scalp, so I don't have any scalping strategy recommendations. So again, it's something that you have to build yourself and you have to test, because you have to know it intimately, especially again, the lower time frame that you get into, those trades are going to happen fast. So if you're just going to rely on a strategy someone else created that you don't know exactly what to do in all circumstances, or you're going to just try to take someone else's pick, scalping is the one that's going to hurt you the most. I would argue any trading strategy that you're planning to do that with is going to be a bad idea, but scalping is the one that you'll really get in trouble, because even if someone was going to tell you what they were going to do, you're going to get hit a lot. But again, I don't scalp, so I've got no strategy for you. Can you apply support and resistance strategy with trade ideas? And we have uh, a breaking out of resistance alert that you can play with. You would just need to know, right, all of the other aspects of a trade, right? So best way to find anything in trade ideas is go um, new and then click your window and then just go search. And if you want support, you would just type in support. So these are the support um, alerts that we have. So this is crossing below support. So we'll get you stuff that's breaking down, and crossing below support confirmed. This is basically confirmed by volume. So it has to have crossed and done a certain amount of volume under that support. And then this is more of a swing trading kind of support thing. So you can certainly play with those, right? But again, that's just in and of itself doesn't really mean anything. You need all of the other aspects of the trading plan on top of that. It's something that's very subjective as well, right? As a chartered market technician myself, I'm sure if you took 10 of us and put them in a room and said, draw the support and resistance on this chart, all 10 would do it ever so slightly differently. It's so I think how the system defines support is very simply a price area that was touched a few times but not violated. So it's going to be the strictest definition. Whereas most of the time you draw, So if I draw a resistance line here on the stock that we're looking at, kind of in this area, I'd probably draw it like this, um, right along here. But that's going to be, ooh, I did the wrong drawing tool, this one, right? But technically speaking, I don't think the system would pick this up as resistance because, it violated it here and then it violated it for a few days here. Again, so something that's very, very subjective, right? Um, but yeah, our strictest definition is just find me say if it's hit $10 on the nose a handful of times, but it was never able to get to 10:01, then we classify $10 as resistance. And it's just, it works. It's just very rarely, how you see something like that more or less in the real world. Ideas to look at for scalping. There's, a myriad. Most people, one thing I will say, if you're interested in scalping, you need to understand that you need big movements in very short periods of time, right? So a scalper needs volatility and will completely fall apart without it. So the first thing that you'll go to obviously is whatever is in play at that day, at that time, right? Uh, right, a scalper takes massive size in massive leverage in hopes to get in and out within a minute or so. So by doing that, you just need to understand that you got to go quick, right? And so if a stock, like if we go to this rider systems, which is from TI Strength, if I go into an intraday on this, I can tell it hasn't really moved much today. And yeah, this one doesn't have nearly enough volume on it. But this kind of sideways action would kill you. So what you need to find is what like HUSA that Barry is trading. You need something that has pretty decent swings in short periods of time. So step one would be find what's in play. You could do that by looking at high volume names. We have a couple channels for that. You could go into the channel bar, look at what's gapping in the morning, that type of thing. And then you have to develop, a strategy around it. I would say that if you're developing a scalping strategy, having that rules-based approach is way more important, like an actual, like written down, when the stock does this, I do that. When it does this, I do this, right? A very buttoned down strategy is even more important than anything else because you don't have time to evaluate all the outcomes of something. You just don't have time, right? You need to incredibly focus on um, your trading plan because something's going to come through and you're going to have, you know, 2 seconds to react to it. You've got to get in, because if you're 2 seconds late on a trade, you could miss the entire trade. So by going through and saying, if I see this, then I do this, and if I see this, and having a checklist and have just drilled into your head, uh, because again, of the trading styles, scalping is by far the most mentally taxing of them because you're just in the fly dealing with that, right? So it's make sure you have that rules based approach in action and ready to go, and that you're not, kind of making things up on the fly, or it's going to have a bad time, right? Basic question: when I draw a chart on a horizontal or draw a horizontal line, applies to all your charts. There's no setting to turn that off right now. I'll add that as a suggestion. Right now, the drawing tools affect all the different time frames. So I see what you're saying there. You want it on one chart, but and removed on the other. Currently, no option for that, but I know we are revamping our drawing tools very soon, so I'll add that to the list of things to be looked at. Um, you know, our drawing tools are a little bit they haven't been updated in a while, so we're gonna do a little again as a CMT, right? We're known for just being the guys that doodle all over our charts. So for me, I really want you know a nice increase in those drawing tools. So that's definitely I'm just looking at the back office here now. So it's definitely on the list for sure. Does Trades have anything for the strat traders? In fact, with our new Market Explorer window, not currently, but with our new Market Explorer window, that's something that I want to build in. Um, I've studied a bit of the strat. Just like anything, there's no magic, right? There's no right. This is going to make you $1 billion. But what I like about the strat is kind of what I was talking about before. That has a rules based approach, right? It's a very systematic kind of a system. And I like that because, again, right, there's no trader on earth that's correct all the time. And there's no magic that, oh, once I figure out this one thing, then all of my, mental problems and everything go away and I'm great. Um, so I will build something like that in. But what I need is preferably somebody with some type of following with the strat who wants to become an affiliate of Trade Ideas and a way that I can sit down and kind of pick their brain to figure out what scans are going to be utilized. Since the beginning of the year, if I'm a long base swing trader, there's been one or two great scans that have worked. Again, whatever is going to work is going to be based off whatever written and tested trading plan you have. I give this caveat every time. If you don't have a tested plan, you're a gambler, and the market's gonna come for you one of these days. But TI Strength here has actually performed incredibly well as a system. Here it is, right here. Um, in which, if you had kind of followed this, even with the market being down, um, the even with the market being down, these TI strength alerts, if taken kind of the way the email comes to or the channel within the channel bar here, you are up 10% this year, where the market is down 15, I believe, which is just it blows my expectations completely out of the water for what it was designed for. And that channel is just right here, and it pops up with this little welcome screen that gives you the ideas. Yeah, so again, reached 10% gain. So here's all the ones from this week, and then you can find all of those right in here. And then you have this scan right here that updates every 10 seconds, which basically what it's doing is just finding you the strongest stocks in the market. Because, if you want to go find the strongest stock in the market, then you have to find the strongest stocks in the market, right? I see your question of explaining the strat, and I will do my best here in a second. I'll get this one under you first, and then I have another question. I have my own custom scan in one monitor and these default scans on another monitor. Can I do that? Can I move the whole chart together? Title bar in each window. Not with the title bar, but how I have everything in a dock here. You can open up if you just go into your tools and then options. And then under layouts, you see there's a button here to open in docked window. So then, for example, if I open up a new, let's just grab a chart. Where is it? New chart window. You see that opens up inside of this dock right here. Uh, so these will then all be contained within a docked window. So then if I wanted to grab all this and move it over to another window, they'll move over together. And then everything in this dock links with just this doc. So if I click on VERU, this chart here will update, but you can see the charts behind it didn't. So you can create these docs all on different windows, which is what I do a lot of. Right now, I have this shrunken down to show you guys, but when it's not like this, I have this virtual machine up on another monitor, and it just has a whack of charts and scans open on it. And each scan is linked to each window. So it's all kind of separate like that. So that'd be the way to do it, is to utilize the docs and kind of spread it out as you see fit. And then just note, as soon as you have it set up the way you want, when you close down the application, it will ask you to save. As long as you save that, when you open it up the next day, everything will put itself back exactly where it is you'd like to see. Okay, so quickly explaining the strat. Trying to make sure I have and I see the blind trader seems to be one of these stratters. No offense, but my studying seems a little cult-like. But again, I like it because it's a systematic approach to the market, and people need more of that. It's not a fly by the seat of their pants. They have developed this way to look at the market, and you can kind of go. So it helps that as well, right? And it's what most people need to do. That's why I keep talking about a trading plan, is because people need to develop their own systematic way of looking at the market. I've never met someone who just like, flies by the seat of their pants, who's a consistently profitable trader, because your emotions change, what you look at changes. So it doesn't mean you need to be fully like systematic or algorithmic or robotic or anything, but having a systematic way to approach the market definitely makes your trading way more consistent, because you're not kind of in the whim of fate of what it is you're looking at. Every time you look at the market, it looks the same. It's basically, that's the way to do it. So the stratters, they basically split every bar in the market. Let me get my Epic pen. They split every bar in the market into a 1, 2, or a 3. A 1 is an inside bar, a 2 is a continuation bar, and a 3 is an outside bar. So I see that there's some in here now, which is great, because I might utilize you guys down the road. So by doing this, because those are the only 3 situations that a bar could be, right? So right here, this little guy, that would be a 1. The one that pushes up and breaks that high but doesn't break the low, that'd be a 2. And where's an engulfing bar? There's got to be one engulfing bar here somewhere. Oh, come on. This is new dad syndrome. Right here. So this one's a 3. And it's a 3 because it broke the high of that bar and then it broke the low of that bar. So this is how they look at the market. There's these 3 scenarios which can occur for each bar. And then they build everything on top of that basic framework, which again, I like. It's the same as Steve Gomez, who trades with us, uses a 10-period SMA, and that's kind of his guiding hand. And he built his trading views and philosophies on top of that, whereas they built it off this very basic concept that there's only 3 things that can happen in any given bar, and that's an inside bar, it's an outside bar, or it's a continuation bar. So from there, there's things that they start to look at. So the blind trader mentioned that he would be interested in a 2 1 2 reversal, right? So again, I don't need to know what that is, because I know their systematic way of approaching the market, and that would kind of happen right here. So I can zoom in a little bit there to that, just because I see that on the top, right? So this on the weekly, this bar right here is a 2 because it broke the high but didn't break the low. And then we have a 1, which is an inside bar. And then as this breaks down under the low, you have another 2. So this may be a reversal signal, right? So then there's all of these, you can combine all of these different things into different scanners. And they also have something they call full time frame continuity, which I think, again, if I'm butchering this, I just watched a few videos on YouTube. If I'm butchering this, basically just means that the bar they're looking at is green on all of the time frames that they look at. So if you look at a weekly, a daily, and a 60-minute, if they're all green, then that would be full time frame continuity. Just so basically, what a lot of them I think they look for is these threes right here. So picture this bar. So at some point in this day, this VRU moved upwards. So at some point, it was a 2 up, they would call it. And then it broke the low of the day. So then it turns into a 3. So a lot of the time, I think the plan is to either uh, watch something break the high of yesterday and then reverse and then say, okay, well, it's either going to go back inside of yesterday's range or it's going to break yesterday's low and become a 3. Those are kind of the only 2 things that can happen. So I want to short that. Or if they think it's going to break this low, that would be another entry point. Again, you know, loosely put. And there may be a better chart to demonstrate this on. So again, there's no magic to this. There's not, I didn't look at it and say, oh, this is the way that, you hack the market. But again, what I love about it, and this is something that I yell at people all the time for, is this systematic approach, right? And they have a systematic approach. So then there's a handful of setups they would want. So that 2-1-2 reversal, basically, if you were to draw it out in a line chart, it would be an up move followed by some sideways chop followed by a down move. A someone already mentioned a 3, an outside bar, would be basically kind of a broadening formation, whereas an inside bar would be, like a flagging formation. If on the weekly chart you have like here, right? You've got this kind of consolidation pattern. Well, because you had an inside bar right there. And then this bar was also inside this big one. This one here, as you've got a little broadening formation here, right? Because this bar is outside. So, what you end up doing with it is entirely up to you. But again, I like the systematic approach, right? If like I talked about before, with someone was talking about support and resistance, I said, well, support and resistance very abstract, right? Uh, Lots of people will draw them completely separately, uh, whereas something like the strat is very objective, right? Everyone who looks at the strat would say, okay, this was a 2 up, this was a 2 up, and now we're getting a 1, right? They would all agree in what's going on there. Now, what to do with it next? I'm sure there's some people who like some patterns and some people like the other, that kind of stuff. But most of them would say, okay, well, you have a 3, 1, 2. Is that the Chicago? Right? Where if you have a break of this low right here, that would kind of be an entry point. So, sounds complicated but interesting. Yeah, it is, but it isn't. I watched, and this is why I would really love to like sit down, and have someone to become an affiliate, to get us into the community and get me into the community, and I'd love to talk to them, and B, just to sit down and say, okay, what scanners and what time frames would do the most amount of benefit, and then we could go, from there. But I watched Sarah the Strat Sniper, I believe, a couple of her YouTube videos that explained it. She did a very good job. Strat Soldier or something, I believe. He did a very good job. And then a couple interviews with Rob. And it was enough. It was, an afternoon of watching YouTube videos, and I'm like, okay, I understand the basics of what they're looking at. So it's a little bit complicated, the wording of it, but once you get like their lingo down, I think it's an interesting thing. So long story short is in the past, we haven't had the ability to build something like that. But now with this new Market Explorer window that we're building within Trade Ideas, and this is what I use to build the TI strength algorithm, I can go and do that. So, your 2-1-2 reversal, I could do very quickly across all time frames. And basically, we're building a new interface because you can see this is kind of obnoxious on how to find scans. So there'll be subheadings. So my plan was to build one subheading that calls that's called the strat, and that's the subheading. And within that, I would love to build whatever you guys would like. Again, to put cherry on the cake for me would be uh, an affiliate, right? Someone that we could say, hey, can you be our champion to the outside world? And full disclosure, right? We're not hiding anything. Trade Ideas has an affiliate program. So if there's anybody out there who has a following with these people in the strat and would champion us to them, they would make a commission for every sale that they make. So I would love to get a hold of, someone like that who would be interested in doing it. And at the same time, which of those scans would have the largest amount of impact, like kind of from the top down? Because I'd like to build like 5 or 10 right off the bat and just plug them in and use that, because every scan I build taxes our system, right? So I can't just build all of them, even though they would all be pretty easy to build. I need to build a handful of the ones that would be the best, and then monitor sales to say, okay, are we recouping our server cost? Because unlike a lot of different places that already have this, we would be scanning the entire market, all 10,000 symbols in real time every 10 seconds. So just that computational power takes a lot. So, and it's one of those things that it's such like going on Twitter and stuff, right? And again, you can if you've got Twitter, you can have them at me or DM me. That's just my Twitter right there. Uh, there's a massive group, so I in my mind, I have no question that if we build what we want to build, then that group will more than pay for the computational power that we're using. It's just kind of getting in, like it is. I don't mean to say this disparaging. It is kind of like you got your own like cult there. You got your own like way of speaking. You've got your own systems and everything in place. Which again, I think they're great. I just need in, right? And then once I'm in, again, I think it'd be very good. Um, so that's my Twitter. They can hit me up. I'm also Stats Edge Trading on YouTube. I've got a pretty decent little YouTube following there. So they're not just going to bring in anyone. And what did I see? Strat typical entries are based on a break of a 1. Yeah. And again, this is when it comes to building it, this is pretty simple. And someone said something about um, a Saturday stream. I think I need to be sternly spoken to about my trading plan. Again, if you have a systematic, repeatable trading plan with a checklist associated with it, and the discipline to follow it, I think you'll be fine as a trader in the long run. And if you don't have those, I honestly think it's a very uphill battle, right? Yeah, you should come to the Strat Soldiers Room on Saturdays. Yeah, well, again, if the Strat Soldier will have me in his room to talk to people, I would love to. Uh, Again, it's not a question of can we do it? We can certainly do it. And it's not even a question of will it take weeks? It will take days. Um, if I got into somebody's room, and they were okay with speaking to me and interested in being an affiliate and stuff, we could have a starting point, 5 or 10 scanners, within days of doing that, right? Kind of like ordering from Starbucks for your trading plan. Yeah, right? So ordering from Starbucks can be stressful. It's good that you already have, but that's one thing that you have, um, that you have to again, trading should be incredibly boring, right? If you get excited when you enter a trade, you're doing it wrong, right? It should be, okay, I'm going to do this same thing. I'm going to do this thing and I'm going to do it because this is the thing that I do. And I always do this thing every single day. And then tomorrow I'm going to sit down. I'm going to do the same thing. Um, my old trading mentor always said, if you want excitement, go jump out of a plane, right? If you want to make money, build a plan and be boring, right? And that's something I've always kind of taken to heart. Do you guys see this? There was this guy I was following on Twitter, and he was talking about all these X-SPAC companies, like what Owlet, LiDAR. There was a whole list. I'm trying to find it, and they're continuing. Um, where can I find it? I had a list. It's printed off by Bloomberg. There's a whole bunch of these X-SPAC companies, and they all dropped like 40% yesterday. Um, yeah, BuzzFeed, BZFD, TFD, um, what was it? GRNA, LFLY. Yeah, all these X-SPAC companies all like tanked like 25 to 30% yesterday. Yeah, HUMA, CLU. Do we already look at that? And they're selling off today too. So I got them on a list just on my other computer that I'm watching here. And to me, it kind of seems like a hedge fund blow up. Just the way they were all of these seemingly unrelated stocks were just kind of indiscriminately sold. So that kind of makes me wonder if we're sitting on an opportunity here. Yeah, I just made a list of them and I'm just watching them. They're all, down another 10 or 15% today, with no news that I can see. Just getting their ass kicked. So yeah, it's where is that list at? I'll see if I can. I can't copy and paste symbols in. Let me see if I can actually. Can't even. I don't know how to get. I'll tweet it. So if you're following me on Twitter, that's going to be the best way to do it. It's a good way to milk Twitter followers. But yeah, it's just a list of de-SPACed companies that all kind of got smoked, and for seemingly no good reason. Yeah, so it's my latest tweet there. And I can probably actually copy the link to the tweet, can I? Copy link. Here you go. So yeah, all of these got killed I don't know why. But it's one of those things that I think in the coming days, this is just one of those things. It's not, you can't have a trading plan based off of this because it's a rare thing, but boom. So that's my latest tweet right there. And that's how you can grab me on Twitter too. Yeah, so a big list of companies, BuzzFeed, Outlet, um, Givo. The only thing that I can see that these things have in common is they're all X-SPACs and they all got just hosed all at the same time. So it's very interesting that that all occurred yesterday, and today they're all selling off at the same time. So and just if you look at these charts, right, straight down. If we go, let's make this a 15-minute chart, right? Just absolutely obliterated yesterday. No relief at all. No relief in this one at all. GVO. Same with this one. They just got like absolutely taken to the woodshed yesterday. So to me anyway, that feels like a hedge fund exploding. Why else would all of these things just get completely liquidated from unrelated companies? Where yesterday the overall market did nothing. Right? It was basically a 0 day. So I don't know. I'm not. This is not the way I trade. But in my longer term account, I do have some capital. So I'm considering making a list of these things and just if I see them bounce, just take the ones that I like the best. Eve Holding.
Michael.
Barry.
Listen, I got to chime in because you're talking about the former SPAC meltdowns, and yeah, I
Yeah.
couldn't agree with you more. Yesterday, I got my little 10-day daily breakdown scanner, and like today, for instance, there are three in there. Now, granted, the market's up a little bit, but yesterday, and it didn't dawn on me what was happening, but it was full. I probably had about 20 or 25 symbols. Never before have I had so many in the 10-day daily breakdown. And a lot of them were also making all-time lows. Could not figure it out because, it's not like the market was down 1,500 points or something. And then Zach in our room said, you know what? These are all SPACs. These are all X SPACs,
Yeah.
varying time frames, but all X SPACs. And he actually surmised the same thing that you did. Was this some kind of a hedge fund that was just absolutely blowing up? And
It
I don't
right like
know, but
yeah, I'm looking at the list like BuzzFeed, which I think they're the ones that do those stupid like online surveys and stuff, right?
mhm,
Like and then Owlet, which is a retailer, and then a couple pharmaceutical companies, a
all over the
couple
place.
AI, like they have absolutely nothing related except
Hmm.
yeah, they were all SPACs. So I wouldn't be shocked if we hear in the next couple days that yeah, some company just they hit their limit. Some company went out there and
Hmm.
and got margin called and they had to just hit the sell button because like these charts, these 15-minute
Oh,
charts are just like no relief bounce all day long. And then
exactly.
you go and you look at the news and there's nothing on any of them.
There's nothing. I know. It's
Um,
it, you know those are real head scratchers when I know you don't like to look at the news. I hear you talk about that all the time. I mean,
yeah,
I'll glance at it. I just want to see, okay, check something, especially if it's a bio. Is it phase one, phase two, phase three? Is it good results, bad results, etc.? Is it an earnings play? So I don't mind checking
yeah,
that. But you're absolutely right. When I see something that is indiscriminately selling, never mind whatever, doesn't matter the sector, and you see nothing. I mean, that's a one. I don't want to say a once in a lifetime, but I don't know if we'll see. Probably won't see a day like that for a while, where you just see something that has exploded or imploded, I suppose would be the right term.
well, so now's the real question, Barry. Like, is that? are we looking at a gift?
Yeah.
Are we looking at a gift horse, right? Like, so I'm looking at BuzzFeed and Owlet. It's funny I keep mentioning Owlet because I own one because I'm a new
Hmm.
dad. Um,
Yeah.
and I was looking at their chart and I liked their chart until yesterday, obviously, because I love the product. It's basically a baby heart rate and blood oxygen sensor in a sock.
Oh, cool.
So it streams it to my phone. So if there's ever a time where there's anything going on, it tracks his sleep patterns and lets us know the times that we should be putting him down to bed. It's a great
Wow.
little tool. And
No
that's just why I
kidding.
know. And so I'm looking at that and I'm saying, well, again, that I don't ever trade off fundamentals, but if it was a hedge fund that just got destroyed, I'm wondering if I just take a few bucks and split it
Hmm.
across like the top 10 of these things, or even the top 5. And, if Owlet's down 40% yesterday, then it's got to almost double to get back to highs. So if it was just hey, this company's not worth any difference than it was before, um, I don't know. It's just one of those. I always regret in 2008. I remember saying, "Man, I should just dump some money into a bunch of these different finance companies." Right, like when
Yeah.
Goldman Sachs was down
Oh my
like
gosh. Yeah.
75% and all these
Yeah, I
things.
know.
Not for trading. Well, now we're talking about taking 10, $20,000 and putting it in these things and locking it away and then checking on it in 5 years, kind of thing, right?
Michael, you remember we were talking about Goldman Sachs. Do you remember when Buffett? I want to say he bought
Yes.
around $105. That's what I want to say.
He
And
not
people were thinking he was crazy,
it what
absolutely crazy.
It was crazier than that because what happened was he bought a convertible bond. So he was able to sit down with the CEO of Warren Buffett. I remember because I was working in the hedge fund space at a time and they were all talking about how they would murder someone for this deal. And he said, I want to buy a bond that's going to yield me, it was like 8%. So basically, you're going to pay me 8% on my money every year. And it was obviously billions of dollars.
Mhm.
And at any point, I can turn that bond into shares at $105. So at
Okay.
any moment, which was above the price at a time, but he's basically saying, you're going to pay me to wait 8% a year. And if you guys go under because it's a bond, I get priority liquidation rights. But at any time I want to, I can hit a button and I now own shares at $105. And of course, yeah, you're right. I remember hearing same thing as when, the growth stocks were going crazy. Is Warren Buffett, has he lost his touch?
Hmm.
Is the Oracle doomed? And then, right, you go check at Berk B right now, and I think it just hit all-time highs last month. But
Michael, the scary thing for me is that I remember that price of $105 14 years ago. Somehow, in the useless data bank that is your brain, that was retained 14 years ago. That price.
well,
So
it's funny. These guys don't know what a real bear market is, right? Everyone's
no.
freaking out right now with the market down 10%. It was at all-time highs like a few months ago. But
Mhm.
we made it through 2008. That was a bear because that took years and years and years in and years and years and years out. So there's a lot of stuff I remember. I remember trading Countrywide,
Oh,
scalping
countrywide,
that thing into the ground. I remember Warren
yeah,
Buffett's call to buy Bear Stearns like 2 days before it went bankrupt.
yeah.
So
Well,
yeah,
I think I went at least a year and a half before I took any long position. I wasn't scalping in those days or trying to. I think it took me about a year and a half before I took any sort of a significant long position. I just couldn't bring myself to it. And then, it's amazing. When you're living through it, you think it'll never end. You just think, I guess this is it for all time. This is the way it's going to be.
yep,
And then, of course, it does turn around. But, when it turns around, you don't even realize necessarily that it is turned around. You can't believe it. It might take several weeks, several months, even a year before, I guess it's okay to start buying again. It's a very, boy, the trader psychology when you're in, and just like you're saying, man, people think this is a big, horrible bear market. Not even
yeah.
close. They don't know what a
No,
bear market is.
no, just wait until we And I don't know if this is what it'll turn into, but yeah, because the worst bear markets are the ones like 2008, even 2018, 19 wasn't that, but
Oh,
it's the sideways grind for years. I think that is the
yes.
real killer, right? Not
Yeah.
the, 2020 was great. Actually, 2020 was one of my most profitable years swing trading ever because it
Hmm.
was, straight down and all I did was went to cash mostly and then straight back up again. So as
Yeah.
long as you bought somewhere on the way up, you did fantastic. But yeah, it's the
The
sideways grind that just wears you down, like even your capital and emotionally. If you're not nimble, like
And
people that
that's why,
use
though,
strategy as should be.
I will say this, even in a sideways market, though, and a big plug for trade ideas is that because even in a sideways market, you're always going to with trade ideas, we can always find little gems all day long. Usually
Yes.
they're the low float situations, granted, but they're doing the crazy thing, so it keeps you occupied as the market is, as you say, doing a slow sideways grind. But the way I trade, it almost doesn't really matter what the market's doing. Almost, it's obviously nicer if the market's going higher, but it almost doesn't matter because we've got all these crazy, silly little low floats that, for whatever, look at AERC today. I mean, it's already had a tremendous a week, but look at today.
Yeah.
There's really not that much news on it. 4.2 million in the float, 36 million have traded. It's just insane. And people will spend years in a stock and they're happy to get 5% a year. And here, you're getting this thing doubling, in what, 45 minutes. So
Well, I will say
great.
I have been doing way more day trading than I normally do,
Ooh,
Barry. So
Michael,
you'd be
I'm
proud.
going to write this down. On June the 7th, 2022.
Way, way, way more. And what I have been doing, and hopefully there'll be a scan in the Market Explorer for this too, is playing around the 2-day VWAP. So you see in that AERC, if you draw, and I'm sure you know how to draw the anchored VWAP on the chart.
Hmm.
If you draw that from yesterday's open and not today's open, you can see when it came down this morning, that was pretty much right where it stopped. And just like
Mm,
we know that VWAP for one day seems to be very impactful on a stock, I've been playing a lot with the multiple day VWAP on these kind of second day plays, and I've been having some really great success with it, taking it at turning points. And it's basically what you're doing is you're saying, I want where is the average market participant for the last 2 days, not just today.
right,
And that area seems to be defended quite frequently. So it's an interesting way to look at it. And it's basically when I say I've been day trading more and more, I really just mean I've been doing that and pretty
right.
much nothing but that.
It's interesting you mentioned the 8 ERC. I don't have that VWAP up, but I do have the 8 EMA, which I know Steve or others are taught. And look at the 8 EMA on the daily chart, and that's exactly where it touched, and then it popped up through that. So I don't know if there's any correlation between the second day anchored VWAP and the 8 EMA, but it's maybe just a complete coincidence. But that's exactly where it stopped today, and then it moved up
Yeah.
on the daily chart.
Well, and it's an interesting, yeah, it's an interesting little philosophy that it's just like saying I want to. It's always on kind of second day plays like this, and I always want to go in the direction of the trend. But it's kind of saying if you're hitting the 2-day VWAP on something like AERC, then you have to be pulling back. And it's just trying to find that place where it's pulling back from yesterday that you kind of take your shot, and if you're right, you pick a good turning point, and then if you're wrong, you're just out pretty immediately. So,
Yeah,
win rate
exactly.
is not nothing insane, but risk reward it's sometimes 5 or 10 to 1, right? So,
Sure.
with that you don't have to be correct very often, right? And they're scalps, right? So I'm getting out of most of the position incredibly quickly, and then leaving a little bit to see if. Now I haven't gotten anything like this yet, but it might be something to look at.
Yes. Okay. I'm just still in a little trade here, MCRB, and I'm just watching this one to see if it has any sort of a pop in it. All right, Michael, do you want to take off now or?
Yes, I'm gonna take off, and we got the marketing meeting in a bit. Get a little workout in myself.
Okay. We'll talk to you probably at 2.
All right. Talk to you later.
Okay. Okay.
Bye
Bye-bye.
bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. I was just talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Let me get my music going. Yeah, so I'm in this AERC. We were talking about how it touched the 8 EMA on the daily chart. Just happened to do that. Michael was talking about using the second day anchored VWAP as a play on the daily chart on some of these strong stocks and see if they pull back to it. In this particular case, maybe it's just a complete and utter coincidence, but I have the 8 EMA on the daily chart, and it touched right into it, and that's where it bounced. And I am in this MCRB. It has done absolutely nothing. Took it just before I went on my break. It's done absolutely nothing. I'm in at, I think, 367. So I'm not going to get out of it. I just want to see if it has any sort of move. It kind of, I guess, faked me out a little bit on that volume. I thought maybe that volume would push it up, but push it up a little bit. And of course, the only reason I'm doing it is because the next high is around that 4 level, and that's the pre-market high. So, hey, we'll see. Yeah, well, you can draw it on the chart, perfect. You can draw the anchored VWAP on the chart. It's this little, if you can see my screen, what is it? Yeah, if you click on the little pencil on the chart, and then you see the little anchor. I mean, you probably can't see it very well. Oh, other than on the chart. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't think we have a scan for it. No. Real. Good morning or afternoon. I guess it's afternoon where you live. Yeah, the AUVI, I mean, that in theory is the same kind of sector, right, as the AERC. Very broadly defined, I guess. I mean, it's had a nice move from $1, but still nowhere near the interest. I mean, look at that. The float is 7. The volume is 1.8. I mean, that's good volume, don't get me wrong, but look at the AERC. I mean, that has just exploded in terms of volume, 39 million. You do some quick math, and it's not say 7.5 or so. Sorry, be about 9, almost 10, but say 9.5 times the float. AERC is not market dependent. No, this is a classic alpha stock. The ones we drool over. Look what it's done. I mean, the market was moving higher, but it had no dip whatsoever. I've traded it. This is difficult. I mean, listen, that float, the way it moves, I don't have any more left, and I was just trying to take little pieces of it. Always afraid that it all of a sudden the rug is going to get pulled. Hey, what's interesting, guys, is maybe the path. Path to riches, PATH. Look at this one now, PATH. It's at 20. And when you look left, I think I've done this exercise. So the next high looking left, last month it hit 2028. And the month before that, or the 2 months before that, it was 23.28. So, I mean, was an earning play on the first, had a nice little pop on earnings, and it's held. It is held. Held, in other words, it hasn't. I mean, before earnings, it was sitting around $16 and it got up to 20 that day. And so it is just kind of holding in this area and now just over 20 again. EFOI is another one. Isn't EFOI sort of a electric lighting? So purification. And there it goes. There goes EFOI. Will it catch up at all to AERC? Let's take a look left. What do we see? Well, you know what? The next high looking left is 245 on the weekly chart. I mean, again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's another low float, 5.8 million in the float. Oh, AERC. Oh, man. 8 beckons. Well, keep an eye on EFOI. The longer it holds over two, I mean, trader mentality being what it is, they're just looking, if they missed out on the AERC, they're just looking for another one that could do something similar. So, I mean, this is only up 33%. Keep an eye on the EFOI, hanging over two right now. As the AERC now takes out 8. Yes, it takes out 8. I heard Michael talk about, and you shouldn't get excited when you're trading. It should be boring. You guys in YouTube know what I'm talking about. Sorry, this is pretty exciting. Oh man, can EFOI catch up at all? Not to the 8 level, but just get some enthusiasm into it. Oh, wowzer, wowzer, wowzer. I mean, my goodness. Now the next high looking left is 913, I think. 715. Okay, so 913 is the next high. And just got halted. AERC just got halted, guys. Now, this is the first time it's been halted today. Boy, EFOI is trying. Lots of action, you know, and the fact that now that the other one's halted might get some action into this EFOI. Now let's take a look at AERC and what it could open at. So no big clue yet. There it is, 860. So it's halted at 866. So again, this is from Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so there's the halt, 866. No big clue where it's going to open. Now, if you're in this one, you would love to see a big, you know, like $9 or something. Now, see, we're starting to get a bit of a drop here. So, bit of a drop. But you see how it just changes. Nothing's written in stone in this. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at a second after 120. And that will be in about 3 minutes, a little less than 3 minutes if it is a 5-minute halt. So if you're in this one right now, you don't like to see these numbers here. You'd like to see something at least above 866. Now, hopefully you didn't buy it right at 866. I'm getting an alert from something and I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm getting an alert for the BOXD on the way down. I kept thinking there was something on the way up, but yeah, BOXD on the way down. The last time I looked, there were 2,000 shares available. Guys, EFOI. Again, it might be just because the other one is halted, so traders are just looking for something else. That's in the, well, I call it the similar sector. Granted, it's just UV rays. I have no idea what these individual companies do. Purification, UV rays, getting rid of the virus. I don't know. But that's all traders are looking at right now. As is AERC. Now, time is it? So if this is going to open, let me get AERC up and running here. If this is going to open, it should be opening in about 6 seconds. If it's going to open in 5 minutes. There it is. Okay, so not terrible. Remember, it got halted at 866, so not terrible. It's not like a huge drop. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you see, it's so it's not terrible. I mean, it wasn't the big pop, I'm sure, if you were in it, you were hoping for, but not a massive plunge yet. Anyway, let's retire that. And that's the other one, AUVI. AUVI looked incredibly choppy. That's how I looked at it. So these are the three, yeah. And there it is. Yes, AERC just made a new high. Just made a new high. Is that one in the same sector or whatever we're going to call this sector? No, this is a okay. So this is a security stock. Yeah, I mean, what a run this one has had also. CISO, what a run. And big pop here. Okay, EFOI basically fizzled. It didn't really do what I was hoping it would do. So basically fizzled. I guess the only one to really watch is AERC still. 10 times the float now. I mean, I was joking around with Michael in the other room, in the YouTube room. I mean, people hold stocks for years, and maybe if they get 5 or 6% a year, they're happy. I mean, these are not easy necessarily, but you're looking at a double 460, 940 in what, a couple of hours, and on tons of volume. So there's no liquidity issue. It's not like you could ever get you couldn't get out of the trade because there's no volume. Meanwhile, BOXD just continues its move down. So this is one of those SPACs that got absolutely killed yesterday. Oh, it's not a SPAC now, but former SPAC, ex-SPAC, that got killed yesterday along with so many others. You know, I mean, keep an eye on the EFOI. I mean, it may do something because of that float. 5.8 million in the float. Actually, I didn't even notice that. 225. So it actually poked right into the 200-day. 221 is the 200-day moving average. Sorry, 225 is the 200-day moving average, and it basically poked right into it. So it obviously has to take that out. And if it does that, you just never know. Yeah, the MCRB has been like boring as heck, but sometimes I'll just take boring, easier on the blood pressure. CVS. Hmm. So that news, the reason for its move down. You know, look at this one. This is what you want to print out as a very, well, 5 minute, maybe a little choppy, but the 15 minute for ALIT, just absolutely, just other than a base here, another base here. Okay, so I see CISO did show up on your topping scan. $9.43 was the first alert, and then $9.61, so that's not that far away. Looks like there's, okay support right around that $9.41. So if it took it out, then you've got maybe room down to the $9.19 area. Which one? CSIO. CSIO. I'm sorry. CISO. CISO showed up on your topping scan. First one at 9.43, second one at 9.61. You know what is still strong is that, and obviously watch it tomorrow. MRTX. After all those big price targets that were placed on it, I think the lowest I saw was about 82. I think the highest was 110, and some from big names, not just not just me putting a price target on it. It looks like it's going to explode again. AERC. The IOVA. I actually was thinking I had a price alert, and that's why you set a price alert. If it doesn't happen, I don't try to anticipate a break. So I had that for IOVA. I had a price alert set up here, 840 or so. This is when it was just kind of basing here. I took a look left, saw that huge void, thought, okay, if it takes that out, I might want to get interested. Put the price alert, didn't have to stare at the chart or anything. Didn't happen. That line is still blue. If it had hit that price, that line would have turned green. So that is the beauty of our price alerts. Okay, just use the price alerts. You don't have to sit and stare at a chart. And simple to do. Just excuse me. Go to a chart and just position your mouse. You see the dotted line. Position it where you'd like the price alert. Right click. Create the price alert. You don't have to put any notes in if you don't want to. And just save it. And because I got my price alert window minimized, if it hits that price, my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. Can't miss it. But at this point, I don't have to have this chart up and running. I just can go and do something else. So meanwhile, what is the market doing? So we had that big 30 minutes. Then we had that one, that candle looked like, uh-oh. But now look, I mean, it's just, market is just not wanting to give up today anyway. AUVI. Yeah, you know what? I picked the wrong one, I guess. I thought maybe the EFOI would be. Well, the EFOI is still interesting. You got to get over that 200-day though. 200-day moving average for this one is 340, so that's far enough away. That is the AUVI. The next high looking left is 153. Okay, you see how that popped up on my screen, guys? There's a price alert window. It just popped up on my screen. And now I'm not saying I want the trade. I just wanted to show you how that works. So now I can click on the alert. I can check the chart. Do I like it? Don't I like it? You know, just because I get a price alert, if I were interested in this one, just because I get a price alert doesn't mean I just take the trade. Because I could have set this price alert 2 hours ago. And so a lot can change, of course, in 2 hours. But having said all that, it looks kind of interesting. You know, a little bit of volume coming in, a little bit. However, with Zach's little MFI, that looks like it could be overbought here. Interesting that that would be it. Seeing as how well, I guess it's looking at this crawling up. Yeah, I can't see it here. It's a bit of a yeah, I can't quite see it here. It's probably around 80. Yeah, I'm noticing the volume tends to cover it up here, so not sure what to do about that. Ah, I see what's happening. Okay, so we do get the value here, but if it's near the top here, that volume is going to cover it up. Interesting. So it works better on oversold because you can see it. You can see the number. Uh, okay, so Michael is gone, Julio. Create a scan for stocks crossing above their daily third ATR. Hmm. Now, as far as MACD, I'm just going to have to. The other one, there may be a way with a custom form. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. As far as the MACD is concerned, this is what we have. So you can't if it's not what you're looking for. Okay, this is what we have. So can you see my screen? This is what we have. Okay, so I don't use MACD, so I'm not terribly familiar with all this, but this is what we have for MACD, and that's it. There's no scan, Omni. There's no scan yet. It's just put it on the chart. I just put the money flow index on the chart. That's all. So there's no scan. So Julio, do you understand what I'm saying about the MACD? If you don't see it here when you do a search, so if you right click on an alert window, configure, search, and then if you just type in MACD, this is what we have. If you don't, if what you're looking for is not here, I'm afraid we don't have it. Okay. Sounds like we don't. Now, again, when you talk about a third ATR, are you talking about something that has 3 times its ATR? Because that is easy enough to do, but I wonder if Julio can hear me. You put it on, just really simple. Just take any chart you want. Now we're doing it, as Zach suggests, on a 1 or a 2 minute chart. So I got it on a 2 minute chart, but I'll just use this. Get a big chart up because obviously it doesn't matter the time frame, but and very simple. Right click, indicators, and just go down here for MFI, money flow index, and he uses the 20 period. Okay. And that's it. And he puts it in a new chart area. So that's why it's separate. You can do what you want, of course, but that's what he does. All right. This one is, I mean, it's just been sneaky good. MCRB, guys, been sneaky good. I'm hoping for a lot more, of course. You look left, and the high in the pre-market was 4, approximately 4. Wow. I mean, BOXD, after getting thumped yesterday, it's even getting another thumping today. Again, this is one of those X-SPACs that just got absolutely thumped yesterday. How is Owlet doing? OWLT. Ah, okay, probably, yeah. You're right. It is in the latest beta. Actually, yeah, no, it should be. It should be. The question is in our YouTube room, is that MFI indicator in the latest beta? I think it is. I'm always on a development version. I'm never on I'm never on a version that I'm on something called 5.5.86 dev. I'm always the guinea pig for all of this stuff. Now, if this AERC takes out 9 again, Sticking it a little around 913. Why 913? Well, first of all, I want it clear of that whole number. And the other one is that the fact that the bodies of those two candles, those 5-minute candles, are right around there. So that seems like an interesting area to maybe get into it again and see if it just has more. I mean, the volume, look at the volume in the 60-minute chart, just, increasing. It's interesting looking at that MFI. It's not in an overbought situation. That's an earnings play, isn't it? UNFI, yeah, UNFI is an earnings play. If you don't know, UNFI is an earnings play, released earnings pre-market. Looked pretty good pre-market. Market open, collapsed. Is this another SPAC? This looks like another SPAC, guys. Former SPAC, ADTH. Poe, you are going to be rewarded. Watching. Anyway, where was I? I'm talking about this ADTH. I think this was this is one of those former SPACs, and it is just moving down also. Boy, oh boy. This is another ADTH, guys, is another one. And look left, and what do we see? The next low looking left is 658. So right there, and then 559. These are on the monthly chart. So that's the same on the weekly chart. Weekly chart is right here at 559. One of those, again, X SPACs. Any opinion? Boy, I haven't seen those for a long time. ADIL. Not seen that one for a long time. Yeah, well, I've no, I mean, yeah, it's pretty messy. I don't see any big deal about it, to be honest. I mean, it's just sort of sitting on the bottom. It's almost not quite an all-time low. Yeah, so I mean, it's super choppy in the 15s. I mean, it just for me, this is just totally uninteresting. I don't see any news on it. Not very much volume. I know it's double the volume that it normally would do, but not very much volume. So, and then what's the other one? ACLX. Well, ACLX, I mean, at least this has had a nice little run, and it's a low float. See, is there any news on it? Yeah. So my opinion about it on what though, taking the trade right now, or as a swing trade, or what? I'm not a big swing trader, and it's only in the. Oh, thank you, Pepe. I did not realize that. It's got to be added pretty soon. The new beta. All right. Unbelievable. Here we go, guys. 10 coming. Perhaps I shouldn't say it like that. Yeah. So anyway, the ACLX. I mean, it's. No, I mean, I don't know what to say about it. I mean, it's been on a nice run. I don't know, did it have some news back here? I mean, it's basically a double in what, 2 weeks? I don't know if it had some news. It's not wasn't an earnings play, so I don't really know too much about them. Yeah, so it's not a light play. Coming into probably, I mean, it depends I don't know what your time frame is, but I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around 18. So it's not that far away, about $1.20 away. Looks like there's a lot of resistance right around there. As crazy as it sounds, I'm just trying to put an alert at 10 now for it. Magic 10. And again, looking left. The next high looking left is 1150. Is that right? 1157. So, all right, guys, it is Tuesday today. So there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I will attend. Okay, pretty hefty pullback from the 10 back down to 960. So again, you're going to trade this, you cannot take too many shares. All right, because you're going to get these wild gyrations. Oh, I'm not forgetting RPTX. I swear. I mean, who knows? Maybe it takes out 15 today. This is my tuck away just in case trade, okay? Just in case it does something absolutely crazy. It's done okay for me, obviously, but I'm looking to see if any one of those price targets can even get halfway there, a quarter of a way there. Just watching the AERC. I have a price alert around 1010. All right, there was a quick pop up. And it came right back down. Can it happen again? Whew. Man, I got to be in this marketing meeting too. Go, go. Unbelievable. Oh, brother, guys. If only I taken a bunch here and just held it. Right? That's what we all say. Look at EFOY even now, guys. VIRT, okay, the virtual whatever. Virtue Financial. It'll pop up, back down. Actually, negative for the day even. I keep thinking that this EFOY, if it can take out the 200-day moving average, which is right up here, 225, that those who have missed out on the AERC will be looking at this one and yeah, the AUVI. Wow. New high after new high after new high. Wow. I mean, that's just a big wow. We thought yesterday this one fine, 250 to 484. That's a sort of a double. Pales in comparison. Well, 11 on deck now. And what did I say the next high? I think it was 1115. 1157 is the next high on the weekly chart for this. All right, guys. Wow. I'm going to be in this marketing meeting pretty soon, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. So I'm still here, but Again, guys, 11 coming. Well, maybe I can't say it. I don't want people thinking, okay, just buy it now because he says 11's coming. Well, it did briefly. Look at the volume, 65 million, 4.2. There you go. There's 11. Oh yeah, I mean this is just this trade is, yeah, just completely on its own. Well, listen, I mean the only technicals we can say is that the volume is still there. Okay. I mean, look at the volume. This is the biggest volume bar of the day. Biggest volume bar of the day. And this is after already a huge run. So that's about the only technical you should be watching. I mean, if the volume completely dries up, then you're going to see the stock is going to go down. But I mean, look at the 60-minute, look at the 15, look at the twos. I mean, the twos steady, steady. That's why it's so important just to keep an eye on the volume. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. So I will be again in this meeting. I don't know how long it's going to last. Usually half an hour or so. So we'll see. All right, guys, I'm back. And I see your question about a January type. Okay, here's the deal with a JN. First of all, you could, like, I don't have something right out like that I can give you right now, but all you have to do is look at this volume that came in, okay? So first of all, Happy Gilmore, can you hear me before I keep talking? Look at that MRTX, guys. Oh man, MRTX is just exploding now. Who knows? Maybe I'll hit those price targets today. So Happy, I have to make sure you can hear me before I talk about JAN. Okay. So one of the things you can use is the volume in 1 minute, okay? And put some big number like 1,000%. So this is what I'm going to show you. So if I right click, configure, do a search. So this is a filter that I would use. Volume 1%. Or the volume 1 minute. I'm sorry, volume 1 minute and percent. If you put something like 1,000 or 1,500, that is going to show you a big volume spike in the 1 minute chart. Okay, so that's going to identify something that probably like this. But the next thing though is that what are you going to use as a trigger? So for instance, you could maybe use a new 5 minute high as a trigger and see what's, and I would also put some minimum volumes in and things like that. But I would start off with this filter. Okay, so volume 1 minute percent, add the filter, start off with like 1,000%, something like that. And that's going to give you some really, really extraordinary volume jump. But in a case like this, if you put in the new high for the day, then you're not getting it because remember, in this particular one, the new high was up here at 418. So if you want to catch it down here, you're going to have some other trigger, maybe like a new 5 minute high, if that makes sense. Now, understanding that just because you design a strategy or an alert window doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do this, keep going. But that's how I would start. I would start off with the volume 1 minute in a percent. So for instance, I think in this one, let me just see. Just the momentum filters. Now I bet you Jan is in here somewhere, but what happened is I only want to see it once. But if I right click configure, these are momentum. You see how I've got volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. Okay, and then 5 minutes is 400% of normal. So, but the problem is the trigger is a new high for the day. That will not catch it here. It won't catch it right here because the new high for the day in this particular case was up here at 410. So in that particular case, you might want to just have something that says a new 5 minute high. Okay. Well, that's what it's doing. I mean, it's saying you're having to rely on the software that is saying this is an abnormal volume spike. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. If you use this volume, this filter here, the volume 1 minute, and I've put in this case 1,000. That means it's 1,000 times normal, or 1,000% of normal, 10 times normal. Well, you just have to rely on what we're calling normal. It's using our data, okay, and it is calculating that. You don't have to really know how it's doing it, okay. It's just saying it's looking at past 1 minute volumes, and it's saying, okay, in this case, I mean, this is not a ratio, but that's like 10 times normal over the last, I don't know how many past 1 minutes it's looking at. But, generally speaking, you'd see it. You'd see it right on the chart. You click on it, you'll see, oh, there's a volume spike. Okay. But that's the filter to use. And then as a trigger, I mean, you can use new high of the day, but in this particular case, it wouldn't have caught it until until it got up to 350 or 367 because that was the high earlier in the day. But you can maybe use a new 5-minute high. Okay, does all that make sense? Just trust the software that it's going to show you. You know, if you put 1,000 in the min, that it's going to show you something that's abnormal. Now, does that mean it's going to, whip up like Jan did? No, not 100%. Nothing is 100%. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do anything else in life. We would just have to do that. And once you get that alert, you just, sell everything you've got in the world and pile it into that stock. I mean, it's just not the way it's going to work. But that's a starting point. I guess all I'm trying to do is that is a starting point. Wow, AUVI guys, I thought, well, I'm still holding out on the EFOI, but AUVI, look at this move now. Again, sympathy move with the AERC. So again, for those who didn't get into AERC and missed it, I'm not talking to people in the room. I'm just talking in general. They're looking around, they're searching. What could possibly be like an AERC? And so we're going to have to call this is a similar sector, but and so is EFOI. EFOI got up to 244, pulled back. You can just kind of see it's just building momentum. It's just over that 200-day moving average now. Well, you're not, well, okay, three different stocks. These are the ones that came in mine anyway. So there were certainly more. Which ones are you talking about? Are you talking about the topping or the bounce plays, Martin? Or are you talking about both of them combined? So that's the bounce. So there were, well, I have 6. Which ones do you have? Can you see my list? And which ones do you have? Well, if you refresh, you're only going to see the last one. Your best bet is to do a history. Right click, history, and then today. Okay. If you just loaded it, then yeah, you won't see all the, like, I don't know when you loaded it. You're not going to see the first ones. You just, generally speaking. So if you loaded it at, say, 11:30, then or 11:50 or so, you'd see this one and this one and this one. Which ones do you see? Just like, do you see the top 3? Okay, so when did you load this? When did you load the scan? What time? Because this one happened at 12:05. So if you loaded, oh, okay, well that's the reason. So you won't see all the original, you won't see all the early ones, but just to make sure, just if you want to see what they were, just right click, history, and then click on today. And then you should see all these. Okay? You should see 6. Oof, what a day. All right, guys, so we're getting close to my getting on mute at any rate. The room will be open until 3:30. The main room open till 3:30, and then Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So I'm still in the MCRB. No real reason to exit it. It's boring as heck compared to the other ones, but hey, you know what? Never know. It's 251 right now. Maybe it catches a bid going into the close. So I'm in around that 363 mark. So again, there's really no reason to exit it. Yeah, look out on the way down now. So goods, by the way. Seen you in a long time. So keep an eye on the other two. I mean, the EFOI really didn't. I thought the EFOI might pop a lot more, but it didn't. It got up to 244. But look at the AUVI. It is starting to, it'll start to probably drift down a little bit. Looking at this sympathy play. There's a red candle. We'll have to see if this really gives it up like the AERC. Yeah, I asked him to do that. Real, but thank you. Boy, guys, I mean, I remember, we all remember these days when this was up $54 and then this was at $62. I mean, it's not that long ago. It's less than a year ago that space was up at 50 odd dollars. I mean, it shouldn't have been, but it was. Mentioned path a lot earlier, guys. PATH. Again, I'm not telling anybody to swing trade this, but it certainly is. I mean, it's been really, really good since its earnings release, which was 3 days ago. It's just been very, very nice and steady. Hasn't really been tracking the market too much. It's just kind of doing its own thing. You didn't know you could do a history? Interesting. One thing about the history is that it depends how active your alert window is. But if you had a ton of alerts all day long in your alert window, I'm not going to do it. But what would happen is if I click on history and then today, it's only going to be able to fill up so many, and then you'll see something that says more, and then you'll be able to see more and more and more and more. But you might have to click on. Depends how active your alert window is. If you had 300 symbols coming through your alert window, you'll have to click on more a few times. Yeah, topping scale. Yeah, you would only see these. Yeah, unfortunately, not shortable, not shortable. This was shortable at one point. I'm pretty sure. See, yeah, actually, it is shortable, but too late now. See ISO. All right, guys, this is again, X-SPAC. ADTH is just, no, I mean, it had that pop up. Surprised me. I have to admit, it surprised me. I was looking to short this one. This was not quite an all-time low. Well, it's not an all-time low, but it had room. And one of those SPACs that got hit yesterday, continuing today. Bit of a spread issue though, 655, 664. So a bit of a spread issue. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do now is I'll just put my announcement in. I'm on mute. Room will be open until 3:30. If I have to hop on the mic, I will. So don't be afraid to ask questions if you do want to ask me questions. But I'll just put myself on mute right now. Can't get rid of this now. Just a minute. Okay. Do a little, I get rid of this program here. So I've got to do the Control Alt Delete just a second. All right, guys, I'm just going to pop in here. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes or so. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. And he'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. And this MCRB is turning into be just a great little percentage move. I don't know who took it with me. I think Poe may have had it, but probably too slow for you, Poe. Somebody had it. But MCRB, remember I kept saying I'm not going to, there's no reason to sell it, no reason to sell it. And who knows, maybe it takes out four. That was my magnet, a little bit of my magnet. That was the high right there at 396. That's in the pre-market. Now it did get up to 430 in the pre-market, but I was kind of looking at this four level. Oh, okay. I'm amazed that you kept it, Paul, because you are usually you're looking for something that has a lot more energy in it. Yeah, no kidding, a stress-free slow mover. What's going to happen with the, whoa, look at this, guys. I'm just was going to say, what's going to happen with this AERC? Is it completely collapsed? And the answer is no. Look at this. What a bounce. Oh my goodness, that's about $1. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But what a bounce. There's a $2 bounce and counting for AERC. Yeah, who's just exploding at the end too. Also, QUBT. I mean, this is the one that had, in my opinion, a really interesting looking press release. So it's getting right into the 200-day. No, unfortunately, no, Sahib. We don't have EMAs at all. So you're out of luck there. We only have SMAs. So we don't have the 13 or the 48. Is it, this is not going to surprise me if AERT did something really insane. Check the volume. I mean, check the volume. So remember what we were talking about? As long as the volume kept high, and so right there, that was the biggest volume bar of the day in the 15-minute chart. Okay. And that now actually the second one here, it even, but see how the volume just started tailing off, just, in relation to this, just tailing off a little bit, starting to build up again. Yeah, no, he's talking, John, but he's talking about an actual alert. Okay, setting up a scan with the 13 EMA crossing the 48 EMA on a scan. We don't have that. We don't have EMAs at all as filters. Yes, you can put them on the charts, but that's not what he's talking about. But thank you for the effort. All right, guys, 327. So we are just about done. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. It'll be any time now. What a day. So let me just get this pasted. Again, that promo code should be good until, well, it will be good until tonight. So again, still opportunity to get 25% off. If you click on my homepage link, and then you'll see right at the top, you'll see the promo code to use. Little race between EFOI and AUVI. A little race here, guys. Not a race in terms of this, but look at MARPS. MARPS was sort of choppy all day, but kind of following what HUSA is doing now. Remember, this did the same thing, sort of thing, the same month that the HUSA and the the Indo and the MXC did. Boy, depending how this. I hear you, Chris. I see you. I see you're just in. Can you hear me?
Indeed, I can.
Indeed, you can. All right.
I'll go ahead and swap screens.
Okay.
Excellent day.
You can take over right now if you'd like.
And you're off and running, my friend.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll talk to you tomorrow, I'm sure.
Sounds good, Barry. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Get things kicked off here. Making the transition with Barry. There we go. Looking good. Whoops. I'm jumbling my screen around a little bit. There we go. That's better. I hope everybody's doing well today. Got, as usual, an interesting day on the books here. And I'll say we have quite the market battle between bears and bulls right now. It would appear to me getting a bit of an impasse. And what do I mean by that? Just bring up the SPY chart real quick here. And so obviously everybody knows, there's our top and a sell-off and a sell-off. Will, how are you? And now, we've discussed we can make a bull case or a bear case looking at these two charts, right? Our bear case is our dead cat bounces, all right? Or we could do a double dead cat bounce, right? And so does that lead us to believe this is possibly another dead cat bounce ready to top out over here? However, one might argue that that's a bull flag and that it's ready to take up to that next level up into maybe mid 430s, give or take. And we'll see. We get to watch with front row seats, of course, live market data and all those fun things, but you cannot discount what the bulls did today. That's for sure. And if you're not getting that picture yet still. So, Friday we gapped down and we closed off the lows on Friday, not by a lot, but a little bit. Yesterday we gapped up, we filled that gap. All right. Today we gapped down. The bulls came right back in with full fury on this. That's nothing to sneeze at, I don't think. Now, I will say we're doing this on some anemic volumes, so I won't overmake anything of that. Here's our relative volume of SPY. So we're doing around half of what we normally do on the SPY, and we can see that play out right here. So there's that. So this is all pretty interesting stuff to see play out. I do have an update to make on something. So for a long time here, I was told, and several of us were told, that the way the relative volume filter works is that it's a 10-day average. It now looks like, as they've dove deeper into it, it's an old code that days outside of 10 days can have an effect depending on certain volume metrics. It's stocks that are lighter traded will actually have that data go back further because sometimes there's not enough volume data to get a relative volume pulse essentially from the code that's on it. So mostly stay with the 10-day, but just in case you ever see anything funny, it was an internal discussion that we had because there was a stock that didn't meet what we would have thought were the requirements, and we were all a little stumped, and we had to go under the hood a little bit more than normal for that. So anyways, but just thought I'd throw that, just thought of that when I was looking at the SPY volume. But so, looking at this here, we can see a really big fall off on volume today. We can even dial that in a little more here. Look at this big fall off from here to here. And that's, that looks about right. We're doing about half of what we were doing back here. We're just over half volume, 0.54. Looks like we're just over half of what would have been back here. So, yeah, interesting stuff. If I buy today, it will be a loser tomorrow. Well, that's no way to approach it. You approach it with a sound trading plan, and what happens from there. You let the plan execute, and by that I mean you let your stop work, you let your targets or your tentative upside management work, and roll from there on it. Hammer home this Bollinger Band scan. We did the exercise yesterday in the 12 o'clock session where I helped walk a number of you through how to put in that custom for the 1 minute volume on a top list. And this thing has been pretty much fire again today, I got to say. Just unbelievable move out of this here. Let's see if I can. Cut down some of my struggles here. I was hoping to have a new machine up and running by today, but the people at the Genius Bar at Apple are not geniuses, apparently. And so that was not possible for me. So that, that's what we're seeing there for that. Here we come into the close. A really solid close coming out of this one here after getting drubbed for the last 2 months, essentially. But, HUSA all day long through here. We had a little pullback and caught the moving averages, pushing right off that nice. Red box definitely had an actionable move in here. CISO again, another nice little pull up there, giving it up now at the end of the day. And that's why this is a day trading scan. To me, it's more of a day trading scan anyways. You might be able to go through some of the end of the day winners and find some momentum carrying into the next day. This just continues to grind higher here on the day. And what I note when I'm going over this scan is the fact that these all have a number of wins here like that. All right. So that means they've been coming through more than, once today. So a lot of time to get alerted on those. Is this scan in the Trader's Vault? No, it's not. It's one that I made. You need a custom 1 minute 1 minute for 1 minute volume percent formula placed into your account. Happy Gilmore, if you want to email me at support at trade-ideas.com. I can probably get that custom into your account for you and settle it that way out. Unless you're familiar with customs, then you just need to put the 1 minute volume percent in there, and that's it. Sorry. Uranium stocks did a thing today. I mean, here's one uranium stock. And I saw your question, Peter. Sorry, I'm going to jump on that 1 second. There's a quadruple U. What is it? NXT? NEX? What is it? No. I cannot think of the name of this uranium stock. Not NTX, right? Oh, Christopher. I swear to you, there's a 3-letter stock that starts with an N. That's a uranium stock. That went pretty bonkers as well today. AMC showing some signs of life here. The memers are showing they're not dead yet. We're still good trading vehicles here. And let's see. Arch. This is Arch Coal, right? Yeah, coal mining. Got a little extra volume on it today, a little more pop than we've had coming in the last few days. Not sure what that's from. Oh, NXE. Barry's got me. Barry's always got my back. NXE. Yep, there we go. I made quite a move. That this Bollinger Band scan caught a lot of these around here-ish, give or take. Maybe a few up here, relative, because those 15-minute bars look pretty similar on all those stocks. So got them early. But let's see, Arch, ARCH. It's a tough trader to me, you know. You have to be able to stomach this stuff here. Look at these upper and lower shadows. You got to be able to stomach all that stuff. I mean, if you ignore those and you just look at the real bodies, you know, you've got a pretty good trend off of that right there. Just a tough trader. I don't know if there's news or something on it that caused any of this. Let's see. Earnings aren't till the end of July, so we didn't have earnings recently. I believe it's got a big short float. Yeah, big short float right there. You can see the shorts are moving out. And Barry's saying AERC, another massive move here. Yeah. Oh man, look at this. Another massive move. Back to Arch. You know, it's a tough trader, Peter. That's all I can say. You know, it's sitting up here in the nosebleed seats, not far off its all-time high, which we know that I do like things like that. But you know, it's a good look through here, very similar to what this ended up doing here. You know, taking a look at how it drubbed down like that, and then it had these big up days, came down like this, and then here comes back up again. And it's one of those, through that line there, this is going to be your big line in the sand, you know, above there. I think we've got room to start moving up again. Below here, you're trapped in this range for now, it looks like. Really looks like it. I believe I'll be doing them again. There's an issue with getting this, the way we had the webinar scheduled. Those schedules ran out. The person that ran that link to put it into the site is not around for me to have that done. And so I'm kind of stuck in limbo. But I believe we will attempt to do it again. Like I said, the only issue is that basically nobody comes to those. You know, it's four, 5, 6 people, and that's a very costly Zoom account to run it the way we are. Yeah, just up above that. This 176, 177-ish, right around here seems to have really given it some serious trouble. So yeah, there's all of those things. I don't even look at Holly much these days. God, I wish we did not show that aggressive, but looks like she had some things that worked out pretty good. I'm guessing. No, that was a nice alert. I'm guessing this got stopped out. Yes, and then reversed it. So that's where that big aggressive profit has come from. Timed exit, so it looks like that worked very nicely. Another nice alert here. So yeah, it looks like an okay day from her here. This got stopped out in moderate, but had a profit save in conservative. But I don't think that's very tradable at all. Crazy volume in it at the beginning of the day. Holy cow. And it just kind of faded. And I believe that would be the case here too. So it looks like exited on a profit save and then gets stopped out in moderate. So I had some workable trades from Holly again today. Definitely some workable trades. Encouraging to see. And then let's see from my liked list race here. I'm going to have to refine this race a little bit. For this to get 11 wins is kind of garbage. I mean, there's nothing there. There's nothing actionable there. So I got to figure out something better to do with this. But we shall see. Now, TIGR, I believe that made a nice move today. Yep. Another nice move from that today. We got earnings on deck in a couple of days for that. So we'll see how that all plays out with TIGR. And then I forgot to mention, you folks, sorry, I will be leaving a few minutes early today for an appointment. It doesn't look like we've got too rowdy of a crowd in here. So, all right, KOS, some energy again. Energy looks still strong. This is computing here. Off that bottom looks good. Brazil. FGen Bio. This thing, I think, has a big gap somewhere back here. Yeah, a couple of big gaps, actually. Got into this gap like at the beginning of the year and just kind of gave it up ever since then. The MPH. That thing has just gone nutty. I mean, look at that. $20 stock back here, $40 here, topped out at 45, give or take. So it's almost sitting right off lifetime highs right there. Good size short float. Good size short growth. It's an interesting days to cover number with those items there. And an interesting look. How does cheese look? This isn't going to be a 4-cent stock, is it? Looks like it's stuck in a range. I mean, for over half a year, it's stuck in that range essentially. So it doesn't look like it's ready to go anywhere. Well, had earnings this morning, and I mean, trading almost 3 times what it normally does, but still nothing crazy. 5 million shares on that. So I'm stuck in a range. We'll see what happens if it can build off of this. One might argue that's a bull flag, but technically bull flags are continuation patterns. So, and the continuation pattern of this is that way. So you can argue against that bull flag as well. That's just, stuck in a range. Okay, Happy. So if you can add that custom, you're going to want to add this custom. Let me make sure I copy this right. 1 minute volume percent, not to be confused with 1 minute volume, because there's two different 1 minute volumes for custom codes. One does shares, one does volume percent. I use the volume percent. So let me locate that for you, what the code actually is. Custom form. Yeah, I thought it was this, but I just want to make sure there's a capital V on it. You got to make sure you get a capital V. So if you can place that custom into where it says customs, then you can take the scan, and you still have to make an adjustment once you get the scan, because the custom that I used is to my account, where the custom you're using will be to your account. So you'll have to swap the filters on this. But I can walk you through this. Just give me a second to locate the cloud link for this, and I'll share that over. So there's the cloud link. Once you have that custom into your account, go to account, reset connection, all right, on the menu bar. So again, account, reset connection to make sure that that's loaded into the software. And then let me know in this chat when you've loaded up that scan, and I'll show you how to edit what you need to edit. And if you've never done a custom before, your custom should have an icon of U1 or U0. I'm sorry. It should look like this icon here. All right. If you've never done a custom before, if you have other customs, then it'll go in order of the customs that you've done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so on. So let's see, we got 8 minutes and change till market closes, and we can see compare count window showing us new highs versus new lows. New lows are pinned to the ground, where the new highs really skyrocketed here the last few minutes. Bulls are going to be able to take a victory lap today. We could open at 410 tomorrow on the SPY and drop another 5 points easily, of course. But your CHS is like in the market action towards the end of the day there, Michael Anthony. So maybe, got itself a decent range for a $4 stock, $5 stock today as well. Put this up. So this gets interesting in here. Really trying to hold itself up. We get back over 420. That's a really big deal. It's a really big barrier, I do believe. We'll see. We'll see. All right, we're ready. So you're going to come in. You're going to right click that scan when you got it loaded there, and you're going to come to configure. All right, and you're going to go to Windows specific filter. And if your U0 is volume 1 minute percent, that custom that you put in, you can actually leave the scan exactly the way it is. If it is not that, you need to erase the value of the U0. All right. So you'll erase that value, and you'll come to search, and you're going to, whatever you named that filter, you're going to search for it. So mine is volume 1 minute percent, and we can see how it's different, how this has the U0 versus these. I have these icons here that are pre-programmed by us or pre-formatted by us. All right, and you're going to Click on that. You're going to add that filter to the scan, and you're going to give it a value of 25. And just as simple as that. And quite personally, so far this scan has been, I mean, it's had like 3, 4, 5 great ideas a day, with the exception of the days where the market's just getting absolutely trounced. Oh yeah, Peter, because I was in the market for Apple and for a Mac. But I've just had a ton of issues with this. I actually got a MacBook the other day. They told me that I was going to be able to use some of the hardware that I have here that's, you know, important to me and what I'm doing here. They said, yeah, you can definitely use it on that with this adapter. And then I got it home, and the adapter doesn't even work for any MacBook, period. And so I kind of had it out with Apple. Said, you know, just spent an arm and a leg on this equipment, not to mention I had to travel to get that MacBook. I had to drive down in the city. And the first place that told me they had it when I got there, they're like, oh, no, we were wrong. We didn't have it. Sorry. And I went to a different place in the city. They had what I wanted. So to say I'm upset with Apple would be an understatement. What does the 25 mean? So the way that filter works, to go over it in a little more detail of all this for you, give you an idea of, you know, some background of how scan thoughts work, is this is working on a percent basis. So 100 is a baseline, meaning normal. 200 would be 2 times, 300 would be 3 times. Well, very often when I first built this scan, especially during the middle of the day, there would be stocks that had, you know, gapped up on the day, maybe a good amount or so, and then maybe, you know, only traded, you know, 1 or 2 more times and up quite a bit from that gap. So it was up towards the top of that Bollinger Band. And they had traded 300,000 or 400,000 shares, but they traded it in blocks of 50,000 shares a few times during that day. And so it wasn't an actionable set of, you know, anything coming through there whatsoever. And so I just put that 25 in there just to make sure stocks are alive, meaning that it's traded within the last minute. Just a little bit even is fine. I didn't want to put a 100 there, because what if something is just all of a sudden getting started and it's moving up to the top of those bands, you know? I don't want to miss anything because the filters are what we call too tight. You know, tight filters happen with, you know, high numbers or low numbers, with extreme numbers, essentially, depending on the filter. It's relative to the filter. So this is a very loose way of me making sure that the stock has been recently active without, you know, without getting too tight on those numbers. You could just as well actually use 5-minute volume, which is built into top list. See volume 5 minutes right there. You could just as easily use that and put in a 25 or whatever. I just happen to have the 1 minute custom that I put in from forever and a day ago. So I was like, I'll just go with that one instead. And that's all. Just like I said, a way to make sure that the stock is active now. It's great if something traded 1 million shares, but if it traded it in 3 250,000 share blocks or 4 250,000 share blocks, it's kind of irrelevant to me. It's not that's not tradable to me. PED, haven't we watched this one already? PED. I mean, it's in an uptrend. It's a, you know, dollar stock, so make of that what you will. Right at, you know, resistance levels here, and, you know, anything under $1, every 15 cents you're going to run into an issue. That's the way it generally works. So, you know, 150 will generally be an issue. Probably 165 will be an issue. Look at that. 175 will most likely be an issue. Those are areas of resistance to look when you're looking at those stocks. So I don't really like to trade these stocks. And if you're looking for it as an investment, I have, you know me. There's no comment there. I have no idea. We can see that this thing has a personality. It loves to spike and give it up, spike and give it up, spike, give it up, spike, give it up, spike, give it up, spike, give it up. So there's another spike and give it up. Seems reasonable to think. What do I mean with blocks? Sometimes stocks, there's these weird looking charts and they'll traded 400,000 shares on the day, but it opened with a 300,000 share trade on the open, and then it doesn't trade for another 3 hours, and all of a sudden another 50,000 shares get traded. That's what I mean by blocks. Huge blocks of shares get bought. They're just weird stocks. I mean, I don't think they're anything that anybody is normally looking at. It's probably some kind of fund or something like that, but it comes through as a ticker because it registers, and I have no interest in that. I have no idea which dip looks good to buy. I do not give advice like that, no matter how that question is phrased. I'll talk about trends. I'm also not a dip buyer in general, not in that regard. So anyways, that's what I mean by that. Yeah, I mean, if you bought a sizable share on that, you're up. You're up a quarter. Let's see what else. So VERU, nice move on this today. A lot of it was done in the first 45 minutes. Still interesting. We've looked at AMPH, another interesting look there. BTP, what say you? Or don't load the chart, whatever. BPT, ooh, another nice one. Please. Royal Trust Petroleum, that's why. Okay, saying trust, that doesn't jive with that price action to me. So BTP, what else we got here? CCJ, we already talked about. The uranium stocks going nuts, so gave a little bit back at the end of the day. The reason why I'm going through this one here is because this is similar to my evening scan since the market's closed. You can take a look. KOD, what are you? Kodiak Sciences. That's interesting. They say how the mighty have fallen, but what's that back here? It's around $9. It's trying to get itself into the gap. Now, of course, it's some kind of pharmaceutical or bio company or whatever. So, look at what that did there. Huge risk. You wake up tomorrow and this thing could be gone. The company could be gone. So be careful. But, 1.8 mil shares traded today, doing a little more than 2 times its normal volume. For anybody that's looking for idea generation for tomorrow, might be something worth watching. I won't be, but unless it pops onto one of my scanners here, but I won't be actively watching it. Isn't that the best in that sector? I don't know what you mean by best. Maybe best looking chart. Take a look. It's okay. Let's compare it to a few other. That chart does look better than that. NXT. They all look pretty much the same to me. Trying to think what else is. Let's see if a similar tab will. Interesting. Look kind of the same. Here's an overall look at the entire sector, and they almost all look the same as the uranium ETF, to be honest. When it comes to news, I don't generally touch a stock after. I wouldn't touch NVAX anyways. Maybe on a day trade if it was really alpha or something like that. But, this thing's in a massive downtrend. It doesn't look like there's much reaction to that here. No volume in it whatsoever in the after hours so far in the first 7 minutes. No life to that thing whatsoever. Anemic volume. Wait a minute, that can't be right. Traded 24,000 shares today. That is impossible. Oh, NVAX is halted. It shows how much I watch the news. Halted from 6 a.m. this morning. Thanks, Barry. I don't have my time in sales up at all right now. I killed it because my computer can't handle diddly anymore. Just all of a sudden in the last month. I wanted to upgrade to Mac, run a virtual machine for TI and run everything else on Mac, but it doesn't. I don't know if it's possible. Anyways, with that said, this thing's in a big downtrend. I have no idea what that approval will mean for it whatsoever. I didn't even know they were looking for approval on anything. So right now it's a lottery ticket. I wouldn't even call it a lottery ticket because with a lottery ticket you spend $1 or $10 and and that's the end. You're either a millionaire or you're not. Most likely you're not. With this, you're starting at one share at $47, so or $48 nearly, and you wake up tomorrow and this thing could be at $5, and that goes right with look what happened here. That same exact thing could happen to NVAX. So it's a total gamble. I don't think there's any trading plan that you can make around that at all. Not when something you could blow by your stop by $40. SIGA. That came through a bunch today for me somewhere. Yeah, and it fell flat. All right. Interesting though. Interesting look here on this symmetrical triangle. Made a nice move. Those first 15-minute candles, and that was it afterwards. Really liquid though. Really liquid stock. Yeah, there's that. It's an ugly looking chart. Oh, it's an ETF, that's why. All right, so we didn't pick on my friend the K-Web today yet. So K-Web again, wins. The winds looking like they're changing a little bit on this one. Not an outside day, but it was trying to be, or an engulfing candle, I should say. It's interesting. Start to look like we're building that base. And if we came down, tested this, and then bounced, that would be really solid. So again, those of you who want to play the longer term technical trend changes, I would say keep an eye on K-Web. Now, again, we could 3 days from now be up $20 easily on the K-Web or K-Web stocks. Obviously there's a lot of ways to play the K-Web. Interesting what it has for similar in there. I wouldn't go with those, but okay. I'm not sure, Peter. Let me look at that. Let's see an energy list here. Yep, there's quadruple U. That's right on there. Is this uranium too? Yep, that's uranium. No, look, all these charts look the same. I think this is uranium related. This is not uranium related. I don't know what that is. That looks terrible. I bet this was something I was trading when I was an idiot. Those lines. So yeah, yep, that's they're definitely on there, Peter. And for oil, it's a pretty terrible looking chart. I'll tell you that right now. Take a look at some unusual options activity. See what that's got to say. Notice any patterns before I wrap up here in a minute. Owl. No, you don't look like anything I'm interested in. That's a heck of a move. Petroleum refineries. Downtrend. Maybe a reversal. Won't hold my breath. But notice the options volume on these here, especially the top tier of these. GR. I already saw that. More Chinese stocks. Scheduled passenger air transport. Hydropower, that looks pretty strong. That's a nice strong chart. Bit of a flag happening there. TC made all of its move in one shot. And this thing looks like it kind of has a pattern of what it's doing here. Some bigger than others, obviously. Slight uptrend to this, I guess we could say. Interesting nonetheless, especially when it's doing that much options volume. And there's, earnings are quite a bit behind it now. We're talking beginning part of last month was earnings almost a month ago exactly. Interesting. A whole bunch of these were AI alerts today. That's what I'm discerning from that. SMAR, custom computer programming. More energy. Now this, when I filled in for Michael on Trader TV that one day, this was one of the stocks that I mentioned. That was here. I was on this here. I went on a nice run afterwards. I felt kind of good to go on Trader TV and throw that one out there. And I said, watch for the gap. If we can get into it, great. If we get rejected, look out. We got rejected, and well, look out. Oh, it's on the rise again. We'll see what it can do. Earnings, the 8th, it looks like. Yep, right there. So that's probably why it's got so much options volume coming into it. Of course, you can, always go to your broker, look at the put call ratio, and do a little implied volatility on that. So, all right, folks, I'm going to wrap up early today. I do have an appointment I got to get to. Thank you, everybody, for popping in. I don't think there's any big market events this week that I can think of. Tomorrow's a regular Wednesday, as far as I know. I don't think there's any Fed nonsense. Obviously, you'll have inventory numbers for oil and refineries and things like that are released every week, Wednesdays and Thursdays, but I don't think anything else other than that. Those are the normal clockwork stuff. So, all right, everybody, thanks for popping in. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday wherever you are, and we will catch you tomorrow. Take care.